It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. Big shout out to Jimmy ER with the $1.89 super chat. I'm not crying, that's just at my allergies. Oh man, let's see that ones in the chat. Hey, what's going on? Love the fresh cut. Thank you, Mace. Appreciate that. Let me just get some ones in the chat. Let me know that you guys can hear me. Okay, I see a one pop up. Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate that. Okay. We are in the house. It was a lovely event. You know, I'm so excited. Hey, what's going on, TM? I see you. All right. It was a fantastic event. Matter of fact, where am I? I scribbled some stuff down. I see the ones populating. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Because, you know, sometimes the Cody coasters, I'm sorry, not the Cody coasters. I'm going to get sued for slander up in this piece. Sometimes the Kremlin's be in full effect and they just keep me from being able to broadcast the way I want to broadcast. I'm sure that there's a few people in here that can testify that when I first started this, I would come on and it'd be sound and no video, or be video and no sound, and I'm sitting there talking to myself the whole time trying to have fun, and I'm cracking jokes and I'm like, why is nobody laughing or comment? Because you're in the room by yourself talking to yourself, son. It's okay. Oh, but it was a great you know what, Shauna Leedy, because just so you guys know, keep it all the way a stack, keep it all the way honest, keep it all the way 100, as a kid say, keep it all truth. As I'm watching the show and I'm preparing, trying to get everything ready, I'll pop into the pre-notes, like the I guess the chat as it's going along. So when people come in and they start commenting on the show or whatever, they send in chats like, oh, this is what I think, blah, blah, blah. I'm reading all that stuff. So, okay, Brooke Shayla, happy Sunday. You should show us your wedding picture. I should show it. So my wife will kill me, though. She's like, don't you put me on screen, sucker. There's a couple times I'll be taping, or I'll be doing stuff. She'll come in there and be like, is that on? She is not playing that game. Oh, yeah. Carolyn already said that's genuine happiness for real. As Chimmy ER was saying, there was a couple times I thought that my eyes was going to start sweating. I was like, it's hot in here. My eyes are sweating. Must be something going on. Must be the dust. But see, the great thing is that, like, I again, shout out to Shauna Lady. I think that this is a great place to kind of get started, because what they had revealed was, like, even production wise, like touching into the production of the show, that if TLC is listening, this is an excellent note from a viewer. Oh, Ada Doom in the house. Thank you, Ada. What's going on, Ada? Doom! Up in the crib with the $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. But one of the great things about the viewership is that they gave a note. They gave a note where it says, the way that this season ended would be a fantastic way for them to end the entire series. Because if you really think about it, the whole series basically started from the premise of preparing for Cody to get married and bring Robyn into the family. So it started on a wedding. And the way that you know, with the tumultuous way that the whole season kind of wrapped up, Cody mad, Robyn mad, you know, they had the one, like, even in the intro, I was going to do a thing where I had the intro where you see, like, sister wives, and they have the 4 rings that's on the sister wives, then one of the rings fall off. I'm like, is that Robyn? Like, falling in the dirt? What is TLC trying to tell us? Because all 3 of those women left. He only has the one wife left. So, you know, because of the way they did it, it looks like they put Robyn down in the dirt. Like, oh, she fell. Bow. It's over. Right? So, but the way that the series ended, it would be a good place for them to stop Sister Wives per se, because they're no longer, one, they're no longer sister wives, I guess, technically. The only two people in the group that still acknowledge themselves as being sister wives or even in that kind of relationship is Janelle and Christine. So if you want to have sister wives, technically it would be Janelle and Christine's show, because they've taken the show over. They've taken the premise of the show over. So with that being said, because of the way the show started, the whole series started, this would be the final, like the grand finale. It started on a wedding. Let it end on a wedding. And then whatever you do moving forward is obviously going to be something different. And I think that that's a fantastic note from Shauna Lady. So TLC, you need to get, you need to send her a check. You need to send her a check because she's giving you ideas. You take them ideas and run with them because it's fantastic. Because even structurally, it's just like a complete circle. So you've gone in a complete circle. You've completed the circle. Anything else is just kind of Fonzie jumping over the shark. Jumping the shark. Weave. The fines, it's over. Whoa. What's this? Lowe said, drop the microphone, Janelle. The healing balm that Cody inflicted. Yeah. Married to all the stuff Cody has been saying, she deserves to be happy. Yeah. Woo. There was a couple shots in there. Shots were fired during this. Like, it was very subtle, too. Very, very subtle, sneaky shots that they was dropping on people. It was rough. Like, this was a rough episode. Like, you got to see a little bit of the snarkiness. Like, for instance, when Janelle, what I call it, Jell? when Nelly Nell, when my girl Nell was like, I can see, Janelle was like, I'm sorry, I got to do this right. When Janelle said, when I see Christine and David sitting on the porch watching their grandkids, I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh. I know Robyn is there. She burning her hair right to the roots, Jack. She's sitting there. I can't believe you said it. You ever see a conniption? You know what a conniption is? I'm sure if you were sitting in Cody's house when they were watching this episode and Janelle said that, she probably just started screaming. No, because she's so, you know what, the most insulting part, and the part where is probably more insulting than anything else, is the fact that normally it's Robyn taking ideas and concepts away from the OG3. So one of them has like something that they say or something that they believe. Robyn comes in and she steals the idea and tries to weave her way into the idea. And so now all of a sudden their idea is Robyn's idea. And then she'll sit there and fight and hold on to that idea like it's hers. Oh, that was my idea. I want to be with the family. I think love should be multiplied, not divided. She'll steal all your catchphrases. But then all of a sudden you have Janelle turn around. Yeah, I'll take that. Queen. Queen takes queen. Like, I don't know how you would phrase it, but she took that queen and just, ooh. So she was screaming her ass off because that's a little catchphrase. I just want to be on the porch with my sister waves. And Janelle, she purposely, you can't tell me that Janelle didn't know what she was saying. Janelle been shooting shots this whole time. Like she's been like clank, 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 clank. Janelle, she's there with that Roscoe. Janelle has been shooting. I'm just saying. Maybe I shouldn't say that because of the craziness, but Janelle's been serious. Big shout out to Gotta Be Me. That's right. I'm knocking stuff down. Gotta Be Me. I love the name. Gotta Be Me. Damn right. $20 super chat. No message, just the love. Love the name. It's awesome. Gotta be me. Because that's what it comes down to. You gotta be your damn self. If you don't like you, then it don't matter whether anybody else like you or not. Missy Lane, EUS. I hope I got that right. EUS. Missy Lane, EUS. Okay. We're going to roll with it. 499 Super Chat, thank you so much. Robyn said after everything that's happened, she doesn't think she believes in polygamy anymore. Convenient, huh? Yeah, I know, right? Excuse me. So true. So true. Oh, yeah. I don't believe in marriages. After you blew up everybody's marriage? Are you serious? She's a lady to borrow your car and then tear it up and then talk about, I don't believe in owning their own car. Of course you don't. You burnt up the car. You burned down their marriages. You burned down their family. And now you're like, I don't believe in this. I don't think Cody's a good guy. After you just get finished sucking them dry, it's going to be crazy. I'm telling you, when it comes, when that, you spoke about going full way around, when I talked about Sean Aliti's comment saying that the season or the series has made a complete circle, wait till that bitch comes all the way around, because it's not done yet. And it's not done with Cody's ass. KM Gilbertson. What's going on, KM? How you doing? $10 Super Chat. I know Sister Wives doesn't really do taglines anymore. Ain't nobody do taglines. Ain't nobody left. They all gone. They don't do taglines anymore. But I have the perfect one for Christine. I was 3 or 4, but now I'm one of. Oh, okay. But now I'm the one and only. There you go. I thought you would say one of one. I love it. I used to be 3 or 4. She said that too. She said, like, again, this whole episode, I'm going to have to, maybe I'll do like a whole breakdown video where I just pull out like all the spicy spice. Because Christine had said that too. David had said, I'll get to your moment, Emma, I'm sorry. But David had said, I was alone for so long and I was tired of being single. I was single for so long. And Christine had shot right back when David was saying that and said, yeah, I had shared for so long. I'm like, shots fired again. Cody and Robyn should have been out there with a white flag. Tie your t-shirt to a stick or something. Start waving it. It's over. Please stop doing this to us. Emma with the 499 Super Chat. Thank you so much. I was living for Gabe flat out saying he felt the Brown family vibe was back at Christine and David's wedding. Fuck you, Cody. Fuck you, Cody. Thank you so much, Emma. That, again, shots freaking fired. How do you feel more like the Brown family is back at the Woolie's wedding? Because Christine is a Woolie now. She's not a Brown. Even with Cody sitting there saying, trying to make the day all about him. You know, I really miss the Brown family mosh pit. It wouldn't be the Brown family mosh pit at the Woolie wedding. Sorry. There is no, like, you know, thank you so much, Emma. I appreciate that. The crazy thing to me is, and this is crazy just in general. Like, it's weird when anybody does it, not just Cody. The crazy thing to me is when you have somebody who is in a relationship and now that the relationship is over, but they refuse to accept that the relationship is over. Not trying to be, I'm not taking shots at Mary. I just thought about it. I'm kind of describing Mary. But even Mary, like, she's kind of like, as much as I say that, you know, she should have realized this is what's going on. He ain't never treated her right. At the end of the day, Cody was dragging her around. Like, he, you know, I'm sure he would go over there every time he needed a bill paid. He would go over there and promise to throw her something. You know what I mean? Throw something in her. So, like, there's no, like, I'm not even taking a shot at. I guess I am taking a shot at Mary, but I'm not directing it straight at Mary. But at the end of the day, the craziest thing is that Cody didn't want to be in this marriage. He didn't treat Christine like she was valuable or she was important to him. And because he didn't do that, she decided that this isn't for me. This relationship doesn't work for me. Which everybody has everybody has that right to be able to decide for themselves whether this relationship is something I want to participate in or not. That's the only choice you really get to make in a relationship. Whether you want to be in it or not. That's your decision. The autonomy to say, you know what, this shit ain't worth it no more. I'm out. I'm done. And nobody has a right to tell you that, no, that's not enough. That's not a good reason to leave. That's not a good reason for you to break your family up. Whatever reason you want to use to break your family up, you can break your family up. Sometimes it's a good reason, in, other people's view. Other times, who gives a shit? It's your choice. And so that's where Christine was. They broke up. Cody's sitting there saying, oh, we should have been together. We should have stayed. She should have loved the family. She should have honored her commitment. The reality of it is, if he would have honored his commitment from the beginning with any one of these other three women, other than Robyn, the sacred covenant that he had with her, if he would have honored his sacred covenant with any of these three women, he might still have them. They might still be a family. But because you didn't do what you were supposed to do, and they made a different decision, it becomes creepy now that you won't let it go. You didn't want it when you had it. Now you don't want it. Now that you don't have it anymore, now you want it. It's like a kid. It's like a kid thing. It's a very immature thing, because this is like that point where you have a little kid who's playing with a toy, right? And he has, or more to the point, he has a choice between two toys. Like, one toy is new, and maybe one toy is his old crusty dusty toy, right? If you walk up and you say, hey, can I play? And he says, okay, but you take the old crusty dusty toy. If you look like your ass is having a good time with that crusty dusty toy, he'll be looking at his new toy and looking at you playing with that crusty dusty. Hey, wait a damn minute. I want my toy back. And that's what it feels like with Cody. Like, it's a toy you didn't want to play with. You were done playing with it. You didn't want, you threw it in, you cast it aside. You cast it in the corner. This is like any toy in Toy Story other than Buzz and Woody. Like, you like the broken toys in the kindergarten or whatever. Some people are like, what the hell is he talking about? But you didn't want her. You cast her aside. Now somebody else want her. Now she's the most interesting thing in the world. She's beautiful, and you can't believe she's going. And why? Oh, everything is. Oh, it would have been perfect with her. I don't understand why she's not here anymore. Blah blah blah. It's just weird. It's to me, that's the weirdest shit. When he said, "Oh, we would have been there in the Brown family mosh pit." And Christine, he was the only one who called it the Brown family mosh pit, at least in my recollection. Everybody else, Christine called it a flash mob. And I gotta tell you, they looked like they was partying hard, Jack. They was down low partying. Like, that's like, you having a good time. You down low partying and shit. When you root your feet real strong into the earth, and you try to get it going, they were there having fun like shit. And I love to see that, especially because they had so much turmoil and so much trouble from before. Like, and the kids, somebody just said that, with the kids. Just saw it run across. Because I'm trying to read it and talk at the same time, but, sometimes when you're trying to keep your mind going in 3-4 different directions, people talk about you. They call your ass crazy if you're successful at it. Somebody wrote, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm a preschool teacher, and I can tell you, I can attest you, toy analogy is correct. I'm telling you, that's how it is. If you ever want to get something from a kid, just pretend like something else is way more interesting than whatever they doing. And they'll be looking at you like, what the shit? What is that, a box? An empty box? This box is amazing. But it really touched me that the kids, like, when it wasn't just Christine and David's day where they were getting married and it was special for them. I was hyper excited about seeing the kids. Like, and this is part of the trick of, like, writing or shows or movies or whatever. If you want to get somebody laughing, you get them crying first. If you want to get them crying, get them laughing first. Watching the kids suffer as much as they did throughout most of the stuff that was going on in the series, it was refreshing to see them go somewhere and there not be a whole lot of drama. Like if this was one of the other reality shows, or even this reality show in the earlier seasons, this wedding would have had like 4 or 5 different instances where there was like dramas and problems and people getting cussed out and somebody being mad about something. This was like, for the most part, aside from some things that maybe some of the outside people looking in took, offense to, with like McKelty stuff McKelty was saying, McKelty being McKelty, there was no drama. And that's what you want in your life. That's what you want. You want to be able to just go to events and holidays and stuff, chill, smile, and be happy. You don't want to have to sit there and argue and have to contend with somebody trying to steal the spotlight away. If Christine or Cody and Robyn would have showed up, then they would have tried to make the event all about them. And the truth be told, a lot of it would have centered around them, whether they wanted to make it about them or not, because they had such a hard breakup and Cody was talking so much shit and people wouldn't have felt comfortable with them there because of the way that they broke up, and the people know that they have like a lot of animosity towards Christine and towards David, and they're trying to play it off, and people are going to be sitting in the corner talking about, oh, look, you see them over there, they just now, and instead of them focusing on the happiness of the day, they're focusing on the negativity in the area and the atmosphere. So with that being said, this plays into what I was saying before. Don't invite everybody to your wedding. Not everybody don't get an invite to your wedding. That's your day, and it's there to celebrate your special moment, this milestone in your life. You don't have to include everybody, especially people who are going to bring nothing but drama and problems to your event, to your day, to your, to your special moment. Big shout out to Raspberry with the $5 super chat. Hit the likes. Yes, please hit those likes. Let's get those likes up. Yo, likes. Nice. Nice. Oh, YouTube is my time machine. What's happening? YouTube is my time machine. $5 super chat. It's clear Christine and David will have no intimacy issue. Who you telling? Who you telling? I was like, oh, damn. Christine trying to eat this dude. That lap dance was awesome. Yeah, right? Which one? Which one? Because apparently David is a wild man. But Christine, oh yeah, they're all over each other. And there was a shot too where Janelle had said that their affection, their public displays of affection, even though it might be, oh well, it's too much for me, I don't really care. Like for me, I don't care. There's some people I know is kind of off put by the whole thing. To each his own. She deserves some happiness. But I will say this. With the way Cody has been presenting himself, especially in most recent years, where he came out years ago when the show first started with that book, and he talked about how Christine had disgusted him because she was eating the nachos. Or in recent years where he was sitting around talking about how, she don't know, he never loved her, he never wanted her. He was never attracted to her. That in and of itself is, it guts you. You know what I mean? Because this is somebody who was very important to her. And for her to come back and talk about, for him to come back and talk about how he's not really attracted to her, how she's not, she's not doing it for him. And to have somebody who is not only, there for her, but dude is with the shits. Like he is there. He is present, and he's excited about spending his time with her. And that, there's little stuff that you pick up, like little stuff I pick up. When they were feeding each other cake, and he gave a little pat on the tuchus, tap tap, gave her that pap pap. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, Dave loved it. If he like it, I love it. You know what I mean? If Dave is in there. You can tell there's little things that he does that he's genuinely attracted to her, which is important. And that's part of the relationship. That's part of them starting their life together and building their life together. And I love it. I love it. Teresa Skinner, what's going on? How you doing? Teresa, 99 Super Chat, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Got the hat on backwards. Dang! Oh, wow. Oh, Dawn Clark. Did McKelty really ask her mom how many of them were going to see her naked? Who asked their mom that? You know what? I think I'm hoping. I'll say this. I'm hoping. And I think this just might be her personality quirk. That was her way of saying, hey, mom, you got to put this stuff on. And we still have all these people around. And that was her way of inviting her mom to invite everybody else to leave. I think that's what it is. Like, I think that McKelty is probably one of the more misunderstood characters on the show. Because she has, her sense of humor is a little off. Like, she doesn't have a mainstream, like, what they used to call it, it's too wild for TV. It's a good way to say her sense of humor works. Like, she has a sense of humor that's just kind of, I mean, you know, and if that's how the two of them get along together, because she also said something during, with Aspen and McKelty throwing jabs at each other when McKelty or Aspen was up there doing her speech, and you know McKelty had said something to Aspen, and Aspen fired back, was like, "Well, I guess that's why I'm doing the speech and you not." Like, you know what I mean? Because of that sense of humor and that kind of stuff. And she took a shot at her. Aspen, I think, is far more diplomatic than McKelty, and thanks so much for that, Dana. I appreciate it. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. That is a little wild. I probably wouldn't say that to my mom either. I get you. But the two of them, I would just say that with her sense of humor and the way they went at each other, I think that that's an excellent example. Good point, don't. With that, I think that that's an excellent example of how the kids interact with each other. So they're a little rough. Like, these kids, like, you can't be in the Brown family and have a weak heart or weak soul or be tender ass. You can't be in the Brown family because they go with each other. And you see that a lot in families, especially big families where there's a lot of siblings, and there's a lot of times you have struggle for attention and a lot of different personalities. So they'll kind of go at each other. And sometimes it could be a combat sport. Like, they go at each other rough, especially in bigger families. Like, the siblings will go after each other rough. You can't, now, keep in mind, just because, one of them is talking about the other one, that doesn't give license for somebody who's not in the family to start talking about them. Because if you do, you're going to have your hands full. You know what I mean? There's 13 of them coming at you, jumping out of windows and shit. But it's, I think that would be an example. Like, when that was happening, the one thing that kind of popped in my head was the disagreement that Robyn had and the thing that she always tries to put on to her kids about the OG-13. That, they don't treat them good. They treat them like they outsiders. They mean and they nasty to them. They bully them. I don't think it's necessarily that they were getting bullied. From what I see and just my take on it. I'm not there. I don't know. Let's be fair. But just the feeling I get is kind of understanding how big families work and trying to apply it to this. It very well could be a situation where Robyn is hyper protective of her kids, and she wants her kids to be treated a certain way, kind of like the Glad bag treatment, where you got to take them and put them in a little bag, Ziploc freezer bag, and seal them up and then suck all the air out of it so that way you can put them up on the shelf and nobody could ever talk about them, say anything bad about them, or hurt their feelings, because you don't want their fee-fees hurt. So you got to treat them real gentle and careful. I get that. And there are parents who are like that. But if you have those kind of parents with those kind of kids, and you match them with some kids who will just say anything out their mouth to you, you know what I mean? And they try to go for the kidneys. Like, knife in the kidneys. I can't believe you said that about me. Like, it ain't rough. You try to put them kids together, it could be a little crazy. Especially when Robyn steps in and doesn't let them sort it out amongst themselves, which is an important thing too. These kids have to learn how to deal with each other on that personal level. They have to learn how to deal with each other. So with that being said, I think we got a little peek. That's one of the things I find interesting about these particular type series is that you get a little peek in the interpersonal dynamic of the folks who are there. And how people do one thing is pretty much how they do all things. How they treat a certain group of people is pretty much how they treat everybody. You can see that like little hints here and there, and I see a lot of those types of hints. That's what makes me think what I think about that. Back to Dawn Clark, who said that with 6 kids and before the little blue pill. The little blue pill, that Cody was attracted to Christine. I agree. It's a shame. And Janelle even said that earlier tonight, that it's a shame that Cody keeps bringing that up as a possibility that he's not really attracted to Christine. You got 6 kids with her. And my position is, you got 6 kids with her. Whether you were attracted to her or not is irrelevant at this point. Because you have 6 kids together, so you have 6 human beings who are walking around, and they don't need to hear you talking shit about their mom. 2, at some point, you made 6 babies with them. You made 6 babies with her, dude. Like I've always said, with kids, the only proof positive that we have as far as enjoyment and pleasure is that the guy in this situation he has a receipt that he had a good time. You got 6 receipts walking around and Cody had a good time with Christine at least 6 times. Okay, technically 7 because we know she had that incident before Truly was born. So you got 7 strong receipts that you had a good time. There's not guaranteed that Christine had a good time. Because sometimes the ladies, when they making these babies, they reading books and shit. Oh, you fin? You're not done yet. Oh, daddy, don't kill me. Oh, please. Yeah. Ooh, I'm gonna get this. Clip this for later. So you know how that go. All right, Lizzie B. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. You know what they say, James? Misery loves company. Not your wife no more, sucker. That's right. Remember to hit that like button. Thank you so much, Lizzie B. That's right. Don't remember to hit that like button. Because and that's part of it too, is that they're sitting there with these sour faces and I'm so torn by the fact that Christine. We have to keep in mind, Christine left Cody. It wasn't last year. It just feels like last year to us because that's when they put the damn show out. But she left Cody like 2-3 years ago. She been gone. 3 years later, you still talking? What are you doing? She is not coming back. And I've said this shit before. I will say it again. Fellas, if there's a fella on here, listen to me when I tell you, listen. Please listen to me. When a woman is done, she's fucking done, okay? You can put a woman through a lot of shit. You can put her, hold on a second, let me look right in the camera. You can put a woman through a lot of shit. You could drag her, you could do things to her, and she'll tolerate it and put up with it. She'll believe in you. We can do that, and she'll be right there with you. But when she hit her limit, all the sweet talking, flowers, slow walking, slow dragging, cars, presents, whatever, that shit don't mean nothing. When she's finished, she hit her limit. Like you said that one thing that just, clip, it's done. And you don't know, the thing is, you don't know when that point is going to happen. Shit, if you keep it all the way a stack and you ask any woman you know who's been in that situation, she didn't know when it was going to happen. She know when it happened. She know when she was done. But you can't, if you would have asked her 2 weeks before that, the hell, the day before. That day. Is today the day you done? I don't think so. I think I got a couple more miles left in me. He come in and do whatever he did, and she say, you know what? Fuck this. I'm out. I'm out. You know what I mean? You send out the band and start playing the music, roll credits, because it's over, Playboy. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where I think Christine is at. So if Cody likes to always present himself as kind of this thought leader, this idea man, and he's going to show everybody and teach everybody a lesson. The lesson that you're going to teach everybody is that you was dragging these 4 women out, bruh. You had these 4 women having your babies, working, like they worked with you. They were full-time workers with you. They was making money. I'm gonna put a video out for Reality Squad. She put out a cool video today. Go check that video out. It's talking about like Gwendolyn and the kids making money. I got a perspective on that. She did a great job on that video. I'm gonna put a video out, a reaction video to her video out probably tomorrow. But when it comes to the payments, everybody was working their ass off for this job. Everybody was co-workers. But the only people who benefited from the money that was coming in from the show was Robyn and Cody. Now, the other women, they got some stuff too here and there. But the chief beneficiaries of the benefit of the money that came in from the show was Robyn and Cody. Right? And these women working side by side with you, giving up their checks. Giving up their checks. Who working a job for free? If you got a family job, let's say that the TLC show is a family business. And you going in there working late for this family business, doing overtime, going places, traveling, doing all kinds of shit away from your kids, away from your lifestyle, so that you can work this family business and you haven't gotten a nickel yet. Not a lot of people signing up for that, bruh. But you had these women doing it. And then when they did it, you sat around and told them they wasn't shit for doing it. And then you surprised they left? I can't believe that. I don't know what I did wrong. I didn't do nothing wrong. It's them. They're crazy. Shit. Like I said, this is the lesson that you taught guys. This is the lesson. Congratulations. You played yourself. This is the lesson that you taught everybody. You can take a woman so far, but when she's finished, she's finished. And it didn't matter. There was a time where Cody would have said all the bullshit he was saying, and Christine would have came back. There was a time when he would have said all the stuff that he was saying to Janelle, and Janelle would have came back. Not no more. Oh, Blackout 2. Love that name. All right, $5 super chat. This is the most we've heard from Caleb speaking all the seasons. He was really into meeting David's kids. Yeah, he was. Caleb is super excited about meeting David's kids. Which, you know what? It is nice to see that too. That everybody is kind of getting along. Everybody is chilling with each other. Everybody is kind of, accepting of the transition of the family. Which is part of it too, is that you want people to accept that transition. Matter of fact, let me just put something down because I think I'll have to come back to that because I did want to talk about a different point. Just to clear some of these out. File super chat from Millie M. Reading books, LOL. Jimmy ER down on our super chat. Not the book, James. Stop telling our secrets. Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know nothing about that personally. I'm just saying. That's a horror story. That's what no dude ever wants to see that situation. Clipping coupons while you back there, child. You call yourself working. Well, I'm about to work her ass like a part-time job, Jack. You don't know, man. You don't know what you dealing with, sucker. I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna tear you to pieces. Papa promises jump in there. Next thing you know, hump. You gotta take care of yourself. Thank you very much for the sleepy time tea, Mr. Yeah, the ass. Dude, was it good for you? You gotta ask it, was because if you're asking, you're not sure. Was it good for you? I'm sorry, this stream is getting a little too adult. Oh man. Hey, Audrey Bringinger. What's going on, Audrey? Oh man. So, TM said be watching TV over their shoulder. That's why the TV be playing. Hold on now, that's my show. Turn around, got the closed captions going. She read the fucking TV. You guys are rough, man. Say exactly if you gotta ask. Jim. Vixen said that's the last thing you should ask. Oh, Rachel said, James, you got your merch now. We read books up in here. Shout out Super Chat. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I do have merch now. I have to fix those damn pictures. Every one of the pieces of merch that I have, just so you guys know, has the logo I constructed, or a logo that I constructed for MyTakeOnReality on the merch. But some of it looks like it's just a blank t-shirt. And that's some bullshit. and I'm trying to fix it in the store, and the store is like, oh, it's perfect. Then I go to the store and it looks great, but then I go back to the to YouTube and it looks like a plain old shirt. I'm like, nobody is doing this. I wouldn't do this. Thank you, YouTube. Them damn Kremlins. But yeah, I got some merch, y'all. I'm coming up. James is coming up. You don't know. You better ask somebody. I'm gonna come up with some new stuff too. I got some big plans this year. Big plans. YouTube is my time machine back in the house to $5 super chat. Robyn looked haggard during the couch interview. You know I wasn't gonna say nothing. Cody is sucking the life out of her. That's one way to put it. It's too much Cody. That's what it is. It's just too much Cody. Like, you ever go to a amusement park, and if it's like a big amusement park and they got a lot of fun rides, then it's a great time. But if it's an amusement park and they only got one sorry ass, rickety ass ride, and you get on that ride, and the first time you're on there, you're more scared than anything else, that the ride might collapse. That's probably what it's like at the McMansion. You know, when she had Cody in the beginning, he always had like a distraction, and she had a distraction of competition, and I have to compete with these other women, and I have to earn his favor, and then with my behavior, and I have to do the right thing, and I have to do this, and I'm better than them, and I'm better than you, and you don't know what's going on. And then all of a sudden, the other ladies are like, all right, you know what? You can have them. You want it? You got it. And now all of a sudden, she's like, what the hell am I going to do with this? Oh, my sister wanted to sit on the porch with me. But she do look beat down. Girlfriend look like she going through it. You know what I mean? As we used to say back in the day, homegirl look like she down bad. Like she look like she going, some shit is happening at the McMansion. Like, and you know, and a lot of the YouTube folks, we kind of had a snarky way of saying, like, we don't know for sure, for real. But the guess is always, you know, when you go from 5 adults getting a check from TLC and it go all into one bank account and you have control over that bank account, then all of a sudden you go from having 5 checks to having 2 checks? Shit. And then you go from having two full-time checks to on this on this special, you got 2 part-time checks because they're not gonna give them the full ride checks. I don't think. I wouldn't pay them for the full ride. Like, there's no way in the world. Like, in my mind, if I was Christine, I would never sign off that Cody and Robyn could shoot one day and they get just as much money as I do, and I'm shooting like the dress day. I'm shooting the picking out the dress, shooting out the makeup, shooting out the day before, shooting out the wedding day. You know what I mean? There's no way I would okay that shit. Like, we would have to have a conversation about like levels of that in that check. So I know they hot. And somebody wrote earlier that Cody had made a demand that, I'm sorry I can't remember your name, but Cody had made a demand. They saw in his son that Cody had made a demand that the show feature him and Robyn in this special because the show is about them. And a lot of folks were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." I totally see Cody doing that and making that demand. I don't necessarily think it's true that the show was just about them. Or even if the show, I will say this. When the show started, I think that Cody and Robyn had pushed the show to be about them and how they deal with the relationships, polygamy with these other women. So it's their conflict, their struggle. But as the show started to continue and as it started to go on, and as the fan base started to become attached to the OG3, then all of a sudden, the show is no longer about Cody. So it kind of backfired on him. Because I guarantee you that at some point, Cody has been pushing that these kids, or that these TLC start shooting their life and their lifestyle. You know, you guys need to start making storylines about me and Robyn. And we haven't seen any storylines about Cody and Robyn. You can't tell me the two of them aren't willing to film. But the only way I can see them being willing to film is if they get control, like editing control, over anything that comes out. They get final say on the final cut. They most likely will want to have the people that they want to have, and they certainly want to have a pay increase to try to bring them up to the level that they were making when the first show started, or at least to where they were when they were getting all 5 checks. But if TLC ain't playing ball, you know, because right now, how much does Cody and Robyn really have to negotiate with? Because, you know, even a villain as classic as they are, the villains can be replaced. Sarcasm for fun in the house. What's up, Sarcasm? How you doing? 499 Super Chat. Crody was jealous. Lou, she wasn't there dancing. And Robert won't go dancing with her because she is a pole and he dances around what? Thank you for the 499 Super Chat. And let's see something. Do I still? Yeah, I think I might. Hold on a second.
Met David for 15 minutes, had a conversation, a very mild, light conversation. He mostly talked with Robyn.
Okay.
She thought.
Hold on, I gotta fix that. Because we will be talking about that shit again. Because that deserves a little bit of conversation as well. Let me see. Let's get it. Some people will see. Because we're going to find the chumpy chump. Because I'm going to show everybody some of these fantastic dance moves that Cody was referring to. Wait. Oh, I can't find it. Fuck it. Yeah, but that was crazy. Look, all it comes down to is this. When Cody takes these people out dancing, this is that weird part. Usually this is something that happens with younger guys. They'll go out to the club or whatever, or a party, and they just need that friend to pull them aside and be like, "Look, hey man, come here. When you out there dancing with your lady, go out there and dance with your lady. Don't be just hopping around the ass and shit, because it stops being about you. You're not dancing with her. You're dancing with yourself." Right? She's not that dancing with you. She's dancing, She just out there in case you want to be like, "Oh, I'm dancing with her. She's my reason for being out here. Normally I don't do this." Uh-oh. Can't hear me. Can't hear me now? You can hear me now. Okay, I see some ones. She's out there now dancing and jumping around and all that other stuff. Or he's out there jumping around and, getting this party started. The truth of the matter is that if you're dancing with her, connect with her while you're dancing. Otherwise, just tell her to sit down. Like, if you won't go out there and dance by yourself, just go up there and dance by yourself. You don't have to include anybody in anything. If that's what you want to do, go nuts. Have a good time. But you don't need me out there with you just to stand there doing it, the two-step side-to-side bit, and you out there doing backflips and shit. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do, you go do that. Go do your boo-boo. You know what I mean? Jump up on the table and spin around like, that Going with the Wind fabulous. You know what I mean? Do you. You don't need me for that. But if you're going to dance, if you're going to dance with somebody, dance with them. And that's kind of what I saw when Cody was dancing with Christine. Like, they had a scene where, he's supposed to be dancing with all the wives. And I've seen him dance with Christine that way, and I've seen him dance with Mary that way, where he's just basically throwing them places and pulling them back and then looking like he's trying to spin them and like he's just jerking them around. Like, you're not dancing with them. And if anything, there's nothing, because the weird part about it, dancing can be a very sensual experience, but the way he dances with them, he dances with them like he's fighting them. Like, it's more like a dance, like a dance battle. Like, what's up, sucker? Let's do the tango, mother. And then they go back and forth, and he gripping her and jerking her and pulling her. Like you more likely to go to the hospital with a dislocated elbow or shoulder. The way dude jerking you around and pulling on you. So, with that being said, I think that there's that point where he has to, if you're going to dance with her, you're going to take Robyn out dancing, take her out dancing. But don't just go to the dance place and be like, "I'll see you." Because that's basically what she's talking about him doing. I can see that, though, because he's done that repeatedly. Like, even when he was at that wedding and he was hopping around that wedding and he was dancing and having a good time, and he's like, "Come on out on the floor, let's go, let's do this." Yeah! He wasn't worried about anybody else dancing. He just wants to hop around, which is, that's fine. But it is what it is. Yeah, no one will watch Cody and Robyn. Yeah, I agree. Cody and Robyn. Nobody's watching that show. Because it's one thing to have a villain, but nobody likes the villain show. You know what I mean? We're just going to sit around and do evil things. And the messed up part about it is if they do just have the connection show where they sit around and they try to connect with one another on a spiritual, intellectual, or emotional place, it's just going to come off creepy. And if anything, it might make the audience members mad because they're like, look at them living their best life after they ruined everybody else's life. Like, you don't want to see people, basically, robbing folks and, painting driveways and pretending to put roofs up, and they up there just putting black paint on people's roofs, tarring their roof. And then you see a week later, you have a reality show and you see them in Jamaica, spending up all the money they scammed out of people. That's not a good show. Nobody's excited to see that show. Millie M's. He said a man's Milliam. He said a man's dancing skills can be compared to his bedroom skills. I've heard that. I have heard that. Story time. No, I'm not gonna tell that. But all I'm gonna say is that's a lesson for guys too. Like, this is an opportunity for you to be able to connect with your partner. If you take them out dancing, it's an opportunity for you to be able to connect with them. It is a little indicative. Also, if you go out on a dance floor, it's not just about how you move. And like, even with Milliam's comment, what it comes down to is, if you go out on the dance floor and you're basically dancing with you, and you're only worried about you, and you having a good time, and I'm having the time of my life, and you don't give a shit what your partner is doing or how they feel about it, that could be indicative of the type of, relations that you plan on carrying out. Just saying. Like, that's also part of it. Like, I don't care what you doing, I'm just gonna go ahead and dance as fast as I can. Woo! Woo! I'm having fun. And she's there with her clipper book. Oh, you're the best. You're the best dancer. Yes. Do that thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, Daddy, you're killing me. Oh, you're breaking my back. Yeah, I'm going to get 3 of those. Where's my pen at? Oh, I can't believe you're so wonderful. Oh, man. Vixen in the house. What's up? I see you. Oh. Cody was going home to party by himself. You're right. I did not notice Janelle's foot popping up. That is interesting. Say, hi James, did you notice both David and Janelle had their feet popping out? I did not notice that Janelle's foot popped out. I did see David. I thought that was cute. I've seen that before. I've seen guys do that before. But I thought it was, it tracks with the two of them. It tracks. And I thought it was cute. And I also think that it's the comparison between Christine's first wedding, and when you put it side by side with the wedding that she was able to participate in now, I think that it's a huge difference, and I think there's a huge benefit to her. Like, I think it says a lot that, the guy she was marrying before, he said, I had a 1,000-yard stare. I didn't really want to be there. I was so sad that I was there. And then you have David, who was excited about seeing his bride coming down the aisle. He was excited about being able to participate in it. He was excited about having that time and that intimacy with her. He couldn't keep his hands off her. He was, he was there and he was present for her and only her. And he wasn't thinking about the big picture, as Cody likes to say. Or he wasn't thinking about what I'm going to do with these other 3 women, as other 2 women when he married Christine, like Cody likes to say. So the contrast between the 2 events, I thought was even better. Like, I think that made the day even sweeter. Big shout out to 5 Gingers. Whoa, $50 super chat. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for the enjoyable content. This last wedding episode was so much fun to watch, and I love seeing the whole family together celebrating Christine and David. Thank you, 5 Genders. I appreciate that. But yeah, I totally agree. I think that like I said, the specialness of the day was rounded out, not only from David and Christine, because I think so much of Robyn and even Cody's wedding, when they did that, it was very much so like, they got married and it was incredible and da-da-da. And when Cody and Robyn got married, everybody said they were excited and how wonderful they were feeling. it was such a good day and they feel great that she's part of their family, but I didn't really get the feeling that everybody was excited that she was part of their family. I think that there was some resistance, and I think there was more people trying to accept than people being excited and happy. With this wedding, I think people were genuinely excited about seeing Christine kind of find a person who's excited to be with her and can move forward with her in a positive way. And I think people were excited about being present. They were excited about participating. They were excited about everything that was happening. And the vibe and the energy in the wedding was completely different. Like, I think that Cody, ironically, Cody got the wedding he wanted for the person that he wanted. Now it's Christine's turn to get the wedding that she wants with the man who wants her and the man that she wants. So I think it's a little different. But thank you so much, 5 Judges. I appreciate that. That is awesome. I'm glad all you guys find value in not only in watching me on the screen, but the chat as well, because, you know, it's not much fun without the community. Let's be honest. The community is awesome with a capital A. Let me see. Oh, Christine. I was talking a little bit about, and then I'll get into the accept transition. Christine, because we were talking about shots. Christine had another shot too, where she said, you know, all my 13 kids are protective. When she was talking about Dave and the fact that the kids had accepted Dave into the family, and said, all 13 of my kids are protective. I said, oh shit. There are 5 kids missing. But in fairness to Christine, and I recognize that she could probably take a little bit of hit. Shay, you're right. I know she can take a little bit of a hit because she kind of said that, and, you know, it can be a little problematic. She doesn't want to have Kristen. She don't even acknowledge Robyn's babies. She don't acknowledge them. Well, see, I told you she ain't want them around. That's not what it is. Because even, like, Janelle, she cleared it up by saying that, you know, Robyn's kids would be welcome. And, you know, she wishes that Robyn's kids could come. The truth of the matter is, Robyn's kids probably were invited. If they got in contact with Christine, they probably would have been invited. You know, and Christine would have had an issue with that because she wants to have a relationship with them. The problem is they can't go, because if they go to Christine's wedding, then they got to move out of Cody and Robyn's house. You know what I mean? Because Cody is not having that shit. Oh, you don't want to be loyal? Get out. You're loyal. You got to be loyal to me. So Cody's not having it. So it's not, and the 13 kids are the kids that she raised. These are the kids whose lives that she was a part of. And this is where I was talking last week about, like, the titles, like saying that, oh, he's not my stepfather, he's my dad's husband, my mom's husband, or whatever the case may be. This is where the roles come in. Because it doesn't matter what somebody calls you or what your title is. It's about the relationships. And Christine, even though she kind of had the title of mom, if she's acting the capacity of mom, because Robyn also had the title of mom, but she wasn't mothering these other 13 kids. She was mothering her 5, but she wasn't mothering these other 13 kids. And because she didn't mother these other 13 kids, even though they called her mom, the name in and of itself is hollow. And so when she talks about having the 13 kids, I thought it was very telling when she talked about, oh, my 13 kids are all protective of me. She sees those 13 kids as her kids because she spent time mothering them and because of the relationship they were able to build with each other. And again, this would be a time where, you know, Cody, you've had a couple years to reflect and mourn on the loss of your relationship with Christine. Sad to see you go. My condolences. It's over. Get over the shit. No, I said get over it. That's rough. Try to put it behind you. And look at the fact that now is an opportunity for you to build a relationship with your kids. It's not too late. You can build that relationship with your kids as long as they're willing to do it. There may require some time and some separation for you guys to be apart so that you can reestablish the guidelines and foundations and the place where you are as far as your relationship is concerned. But it's worthwhile. If you're willing to take the time for you guys to be able to reintroduce yourselves and get back together, then there's an opportunity that they could heal some of the scars and the wounds that were inflicted because of the separation, because of their time together, and because of Cody's erratic behavior. Barb Baker. Shay said, James pulled me in. The chat keeps me coming back for hours-long lives. I know I'm not that entertaining. I understand. I agree with you. The chat is off the hook. What is this? Oh, here we go. My favorite is Truly. She is so cute. I agree, Barb Baker. Not to be confused with Bob Barker. The old heads will get it. Young folks are like, who the hell is Bob Barker? Price is Right, baby. Barb Baker. She said, Truly is awesome. Like, I think Truly is an interesting, I call them characters because they're on the show, but her personality is interesting to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Truly's I always thought Truly was cute. Like, even as a little girl, like, she would sing stuff. I'm going to stay with my mom. Like, you know what I mean? Truly's she's quirky, but in a very cute way. You know, she has a really good personality. Really strong personality. And especially as she's starting to get older, there was a point where we saw Truly when she was really young because of the time frame in which they were filming it and how the seasons kind of overlapped each other. But to see Truly where she was, and it was kind of a speed jump where she all of a sudden is like a little young lady. It's very interesting to see. And especially as she's starting to come into her own and she's growing into her personality and she's becoming more confident in herself, I think it's awesome. And it's also interesting, too, because if you think about it, Truly was literally here. We watched Truly grow up because they started the series. They started the series when Christine was pregnant with Truly. She had Truly, I think it was like episode 4 or 5, something like that. She had Truly. So they started out, Truly's born. So we watched her not only be born, but we watched her grow up. And I don't say I'm very happy or very proud, but it warms my heart to see her kind of grow into the woman that she's going to grow into one day. And as a young lady, you know, just the way she carries herself seems very exciting. As far as, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what the future holds for her. Because I think she has something going on. Like, actually, all the kids, like, and that's the one curious thing. Because of the opportunity of the show or how they were raised, whatever the case may be, just in them, a lot of the kids, especially the OG 13 kids who I'm more familiar with, Robyn's kids, not so much. They all seem like they have a lot of good stuff going on. Like, Hunter is the kind of kid that I would hung out with. When I was Hunter's age, that's the kind of kid I would have hung out with. I would have hung out with Hunter. I mean, Hunter would have been buddies. Let's see. Sarcasm and fun. Truly, when she tells her mom she deserves the best and hugs both her mom and David, was so special. That's when they got me. Oh, shit. They done got you. Oh, I said I wasn't going to cry. I promised myself I wasn't going to cry. You got me. Yeah, and even, thank you, Sarcasm for fun, for that contribution. Because even with Janelle, she said that. Or Christine, she said, you know, it was one thing for, you know, I've seen Dave and Truly hug before. But for Truly to express that openly and in public and in front of everybody, you know, and that acceptance, that's a big thing for her. Because I'm sure, like, in their culture, like, even just thinking about their culture, because for many of us, it's not that, it wouldn't be that off-putting or that weird, but, you know, there's a huge chasm, I think, with All right, Bug Love. Oh, wait. Do you want those? Yellow Cody's eyes were. Yeah, that was the tears. There's a thing where a lot of it is heartbreaking. Like watching her mom celebrate her wedding. Like Christine's mom celebrate her wedding with her. You know, this is a woman who had to walk away from her family so that she could find herself and find her happiness because she wasn't happy in polygamy. So she left polygamy. And then watching her dad, who is, as Christine describes, a big proponent for polygamy, a person who spoke out in favor of polygamy, to watch him be happy for his daughter, even though she left polygamy, she left her husband in this polygamous marriage, and she decided to go off and find her own marriage. There was a lot of overcoming of personal prejudices, limitations, and biases that folks had to overcome in order for her special day to be her special day. And I don't think that any of that should be slighted or minimized, because for her dad to be happy that his daughter has found happiness, and you can see the happiness in him and the excitement in him. It is a special moment. And then to see her mom, like the entire time, Christine's mom, because you can see how much Christine's mom actually cares about her. And for her to be denied the opportunity to be there the first time that Christine was able to get married, I'm sure that broke her heart. Because she was, excised from the church. She wasn't allowed to participate anymore. She got the shunning treatment. And then for Christine to be able to have that and bridge those generations and bridge some of those biases, bridge some of that socialization that she received just from that culture, and to break away from a lot of that, for her to have that big celebration wedding where normally in her situation, unless you're the first wife, you don't get the big celebration wedding. You get the, let's go to the secret room in the back and we'll go down and say some words and we'll come back upstairs. You'll be married and that'll be it. We'll eat cake. That kind of thing. So she was able to experience all of it. And so for her to be able to experience all of it, I think is, and for her to share that with the rest of us, I think, it says a lot about her. What is this? I feel like I'm missing some stuff. I'm trying to be involved and do my show at the same time, but you guys are on fire. Big shout out to Grace GG. Just subscribed today. Love your channel. Thank you so much and welcome to the fam. Just wanted to highlight you. Buggus in the house. What's up, Buggus? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Buggus agrees. Yeah, Annie, that's Christine's mom. Like I said, that's a huge thing. That's huge. It's a huge thing. Doesn't seem like a lot to us, but it's, I feel her. Yeah. You guys are pointing out, you guys are very observant. You guys are very observant. You guys are like internet PIs. What is this? Watch Paint Your Wagon. They ain't sending me no adult stuff. Paint your wagon. I'll check it out. Yeah, I still gotta do some stuff. Well, I'll be back on tomorrow with just give that promo. I'll be back on tomorrow with the ladies Amanda and Sarah from Reality Squad. We'll be doing our assessment and review of tonight's episode tomorrow at 7. So we'll be back doing another live. I'm glad McKelty called out polygamy for what it is. Yeah, right? Big shout out to Vernal Bug 8911. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm glad McKelty called out polygamy for what it is. How about that? And that was actually one of the interesting things I thought was that they started talking about polygamy, and all the kids took turns saying it. Polygamy. I'm glad I grew up in the family I grew up in, but polygamy is not for me. I'm glad that I had the family that I had, but polygamy won't work for me. And I think that there's so much of it that, it really struck me that as kids, you can become, even as human beings, just in general, you can become accustomed to almost anything. Like you can almost normalize anything that happens to you, and it just becomes a thing. So when you see the mistreatment that some of these ladies had, it's not that it put me, again, speaking of Annie, Christine's mom. When Christine grew up, she was very excited about polygamy, and she didn't understand how why nobody would want to not participate in polygamy. You have all these moms and all these kids and all these siblings and the family, and it's so great and such a big family. The truth of the matter is that as a child, because you aren't suffering through these things, you don't necessarily see your parents suffering. Right? Because Christine's mom obviously did not have a good time in polygamy, so she basically walked out on her entire life because she wasn't having a good time. So with that being said, Christine looks at it like, wow, polygamy is great, and this is what I always want to do. And the mom is like, this shit is terrible. And to me, it's ironic that, not ironic, it's, actually very telling that the OG-13, when you talk to them about polygamy, especially from the respect of seeing their mom, because, as much as we may see these ladies suffer and in trouble and having issues with the relationships and how the relationships are unfolding, these kids are seeing it firsthand. Like, we see Cody do stuff like, this is ridiculous. He's not treating his wives right. He should treat them all better, etc., etc., etc. But then we watch these kids are going to sleep at night and they're watching their mom struggle. They're listening to their mom saying, where's your dad at? He should be over here. They're watching them go over to some other woman's house. So they're seeing that day to day. So they understand better than any of us that polygamy doesn't work. And then even as they talk about the marriages that they have in their monogamous relationships, McKelty especially clearly expressed that, saying that polygamy doesn't work. Because she's sitting there with a husband, she gets to go home and she can express and experience life with her husband. Whereas when you have you're involved in a polygamous relationship, especially as a wife, you want your husband's time with you to be pleasurable because you only have a limited amount of time. So because you have such a truncated amount of time, when he comes through the door, you don't hit him with the daily everyday problems or the daily issues that have arisen. You hit him with all the good stuff so that way you can enjoy your time with him. And it just doesn't turn into, oh, you need to go down there and talk to little Randy, or you need to go upstairs and talk to Mary, or, you need to come in here, we need to discuss these bills. Because if he starts to experience that, the truth of the matter is, and here's the messed up part about it, Cody's treatment of these ladies, in some respect, if we look at the culture that they come from, Cody would be considered extremely progressive in his approach to how he deals with his wives, or how he said he dealt with his wives. When rubber met the road, he pretty much did them how all the guys do it. I'm the patriarch, you will follow my instructions because I am a leader, because I have the XY chromosome. The master's blend. That's how they do it. But in their culture, a lot of the things that he fell back on, as far as when Christine left and how he was treating them, these guys can go spend time with whoever they want, and these women are supposed to take it. So if he goes and lays up with Robyn, 4-5 days out of the week, and he only comes over to each one of the women's houses, maybe for an afternoon, maybe once a week or once every other week, they should be thankful that he's showing any attention to them at all. And that's kind of how they run it. So with that being said, I guess Cody was a little more progressive because he was trying to be equal, trying to spread it out in that manner. But looking at it from the perspective of somebody who's saying that, okay, well, what's good for these ladies? What's good for them? Does this shit work for them? And the answer, of course, is no. And McKelty being one of the kids of one of those ladies who's watching her mom sit there by herself and try to figure it out, or even Janelle's kids who are watching their mom having, financial issues and having to figure it out by herself, figure out a place where she's going to stay while their father is staying in a big ass house down the street, and their sister, Savannah, because we can't forget, it's not just, Janelle suffering, but they're watching their sister suffer too. Because she's living with their mom, it's a hard thing to do. And so I understand where McKelty was coming from when she said that this doesn't work. Could you imagine having a partner who you come home and you have an issue and you can't even call your partner, the one person that you should be able to rely on, the person that you should be able to share shit with, the person who should be there to listen to your issues, your problems, your concerns, things that happen at work. Hey, this happened at work. These, people getting on my nerves. Sometimes you just need to be able to go home and shout it the hell out. Like, you got to just get the shit off your chest. Like, you ain't gonna believe this asshole at work. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not looking for solutions. I'm just looking to vent. And you need that person to vent to. And the person you want to vent to isn't either they're not there, or when they are there, they're too busy worried about what the wife down the street is doing, or they listen to you start talking about your issues, problems, concerns, and they tell you, look, I only get one night with you, and I'm not really trying to sit here and listen to you complain all night. Put a smile on your face, go put some food on the stove, and bring me a beer. That shit is not nobody is like, I want one of those. That sounds like a great relationship. That's horrible. And that's the situation that a lot of these kids found themselves in. Not to mention, prior to the show, there were struggles, financial struggles that these kids had to endure. So when they had to endure these problems and these issues and things were going on, they weren't always on TV. They weren't always making good money. They weren't always in a position where each one of them had their own big ass house. They had like one house that was a decent size. It was a decent size house for a single family, but for 15, 16, 17 people, it's a small ass house. And they struggling to feed themselves. And kids are going hungry. They eating food from bakeries that, shit that they couldn't sell. That's the stuff they eat, and that's their meals. You know what I mean? Eating, what do you call them? Jam sandwiches. You take 2 pieces of bread and you jam them together. Jam sandwich. They're eating that kind of stuff. So they know what that's like, and they see that. And then that was part of the thing that some of the kids were saying when Robyn was sitting there complaining about, oh, I announced that I was having a baby, and some of the kids didn't look like they were happy. Hell no, we're not happy, bitch. I'm hungry. How we gonna feed another mouth? We couldn't feed the people we had. We just added 4 more people, 3 kids and an adult, to a family that could barely feed themselves. And you sit up here talking about you pregnant? No, I'm not excited. No, I'm not excited. Yeah, we got this show, but we just had to leave our house. So we should be doing better. We're actually down bad. If you look at the second season when they had to move to Vegas, Cody got tired of living in Utah, so he wanted to move to Vegas, and he did that so the show would pay for it, so they created a storyline. That's the truth. But they moved to Vegas, and they didn't really have a place that was cemented where they could stay. They weren't around family or friends, and they were pretty much isolated in a state where they didn't know anybody. And then you tell the kids, yeah, guess what? Not only are we in a state where we don't know anybody, and we just left poverty. Cody said he's scared of poverty. He's scared of poverty because him and poverty are on a first name damn basis. That's why he's scared of poverty. Because poverty come around like, hey, how you doing, Cody? Right? So the kids know poverty. Right? And then all of a sudden you go out to Vegas and then she pop up with a baby? Shit, yeah. And you struggle that whole time, and these kids are going into high school struggling, so they really only had it good towards the end, like the middle to end of their teen, preteen, into their adulthoods. They start to get this. Now all of a sudden you asking them, do you think that polygamy is a good idea? Hell no. It's too much struggling. It's way too much struggling. So I appreciate what McKelty said, and as some people say, I'm happy that they starting to be real. Oh, get this Ada Doom super chat. Ada Doom. Doom in the house. $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Ada. Appreciate that. Doom. Cody has anti-charisma. He got the anti-riz. Gotta riz him up. He's that guy like, would you like to dance? Oh, sure, let's go out there and dance. And he get out there on the floor like, okay, here we go. That music started kicking. Then all of a sudden, Cody just started going crazy by himself. And he started walking away from him. He started doing that. Looking like Mick Jagger doing the Jagger. I can't get no. I'm having too much fun by myself up in the room. People won't be talking about me. This is Alexa Power. What's up, Lex? How you doing? James, every time you say poverty, it makes me think you're saying Pavati from Survivor, LOL. It's the accent, probably. Who's on the Traitors now? So she's on top of the mind for all us reality fans. Okay. Poverty. No, I'm just joking. Parvati. What's this? Hold on. Buggers at let's see. I'm curious what they were making. I can't find it. What was living every minute? My dad made those for us when I was little, when I was a kid. I loved them. What was it? Well, I can't find it. Let me see. Trying to see what I'm so curious. Guess I gotta stop worrying about it. I wanna know. Yeah, please hit those likes. Yeah, you know what? As crazy as it is, I can't find it. What was what were they making? Oh, fried potato sandwiches. Fried potato sandwiches. I never had one of those. Okay, I wanted to try that. Look up a recipe. Sounds interesting. They talk about food, right, David? Like, get that inner fat kid going. Really. Okay, Tracy McMurray. Now you're my alley. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I remember. Shit. You know what I mean? He has a fried bologna sandwich. Every now and again, I get a craving for them. I gotta eat them. Every now and again. It's not like an everyday thing. But like fried bologna sandwiches. That's how you know you made it. We gotta put the little wedge in it, look like Pac-Man, and you put two of them in there. Wow. So I still eat peanut butter sandwiches. Used to call them choke sandwiches back in the day. You get the peanut butter and don't have no jelly in it. You'd be like, all right, make a choke sandwich. You got to choke it down. But every now and again, like I'll rediscover peanut butter and jelly. I'm like, this is delicious. Peanut butter and jelly, like that's the shit. Fried hot dogs. You ever had that? Fried hot dogs, like you put them in a skillet. Still do. Actually, every now and again, I'll do a hot sausage. It has to be a decent Watson, though. Hot sausage. What else? Oh, Spam. I haven't had Spam in forever. I don't think I'll go back to Spam. Like Spam was the other pork. But it was like, I remember my mom went to, when I was coming up, my mom went to Europe with her friend. And Me and my dad, my brother was there. We were the fellas hanging out, and he was like, you know, I ain't really a chef, and this is part of why my mom, like, I cook in my house, and my mom was like, your ass is gonna learn to cook. So me and my brother, you know, we do it big time. But my dad, you know, bless his heart, we ate a lot of hot dogs, pork and beans, and had a lot of Spam. Whatever you can make for yourself. Me and my brother was doing some cooking then too. Like, you know, that was like, we're gonna eat some lunch meat. Some lunch meat. But yeah, if you ladies, don't ever be ashamed. Teach your sons how to cook. Like my mom, she taught me and my brother how to cook. And one of the first things she said was like, ain't nobody gonna come home, work a full day at work, and come home and make food for your ass. You will learn how to cook. And she insisted on it. Like, we learned how to cook early. We're young. So, you know, because it's, you know, you got to learn how to survive. That shit is important. You know, you know what you like. You should be able to make what you like. Yeah. Oh, peanut butter. You ever have a syrup sandwich? Oh man, a syrup sandwich. I ain't thought about that shit in forever. I used to make syrup sandwiches. It's a 1 hour fucking diabetes, boy. Eating shit. What was I thinking? Like, that wasn't even something that my parents was like, eat, you know, take a piece of bread, put some syrup on it, and, you know, make a sandwich. Like, that was just something I came up with. I like syrup. I'm going to put it on my sandwich. It's delicious. What was I thinking? That was insane. Okay? And you said, my boys cook. There you go. I'm telling you. That shit is important. And plus, ladies, there's nothing like look, that I can't tell you. Like, you are giving your young men a huge leg up. Especially in the dating world. Like, you got a guy that can put a meal together. You invite a lady over to the house, and he know how to plate some food. Just saying. Brew Bear said my husband still eats Vienna sausages. You know, I never got enough Vienna sausages. My dad would tear them shits up though. Oh, you good, baby girl? You good, baby girl? Donna? No worries, you in the house. Make sure you hit that like button. But welcome. We having fun. We just talking shit. Like, we talk about like old timey food that you used to eat when you was younger. Oh shit! Somebody done said it. Sugar and cinnamon and butter under the broiler. I remember that. Yes. I remember that. We used to do that too. It's just so. Oh, I still eat syrup sandwiches. No, nah, I had to stop. I had to get that shit out. I don't think I've eaten a syrup sandwich since I turned like maybe double digits. This is some shit I was doing when I was very young, when my metabolism was still strong. Like, you can't be doing that shit. You pass 15 and you eat a syrup sandwich? Shit. You might as well just line it up for some insulin shots after that, because I'm telling you, it'll be rough. Syrup sandwiches ain't no joke. Like, that's all the carbs and shit that and the sugar from the syrup. That's just basically liquid sugar. So no, I can't do that now. Plus, I'm trying to keep my teeth. Like, you eat a syrup sandwich now, your teeth will hurt. Big shout out to Keisha Lee. Keisha Lee in the house. The $5 super chat. When Cody watches this episode, he's gonna poop bricks. Sideways. He's pooping bricks sideways. After hearing his kids say, it finally feels like the Brown family without his ass there. I know I didn't quote you exactly, Keisha, but I feel you. 100%. That shit is going to break him. Like, he's going to go crazy. How's it going to be a brown party? Especially Garrett, you know what? While I was watching Gabe, he was sitting next to Janelle as Christine and them were up on the altar. They tried to cut it where it looked like they were coming in and he had this look on his face. But it was actually when they were up on the altar. I can tell from the edit cut that the look on his face as Christine was getting married, it kind of put me in mind of the fact that Gabe is a very sensitive soul. He's a very sensitive soul. Like, he feels deep. And if the Gabe ever sees this, you have a young man who has that, try to protect that so he never loses that. You know, the world is already hard enough with enough hard-headed dudes out there, you know. And to a point, I envy people who feel, especially guys who feel that deep. Like, I try to be sensitive about a lot of things, and I understand a lot of things, especially about emotional ties to situations and stuff. But, you know, even my son is that way. Like, he feels deep. Like, you can see things affect him. And I'm not jealous of him, but it kind of warms me a little bit that he has that, you know, that he feels that, because it's important. It helps you to understand other people, and you being able to feel yourself. You know, as I'm watching Gabe and he's feeling that for Christine, it's the loss of, like, you're closing the door on one family, but you're there and you're open to having and receiving this new family. So in this situation, he's able to experience that excitement, that happiness, and that love that Christine is going to have. And the ironic part about it is that when she goes through this transition, she's going to be a better her, because she's not combating her sadness, her competition, her jealousy, her envy, her loneliness, her depression, her isolation. She's not combating that anymore. Now she has a partner, and now that she's going to be more fulfilled, they're going to experience a better version of the person that they already care about. So it's interesting to see that next chapter in their lives. But I did see that. But I know when Cody sees that, like, that damn Gabe don't ever call me. He don't call me. He don't ever call me. He's over there living with his brother to the house I never go to. And they talk about they having a great time, and then Hunter's talking about then we're having fun and you're having fun and everybody's just going to have more fun. It's going to be incredible. Then Caleb, the dude that he was standing out back when he was leaving Vegas, he was standing out there crying and hugging on like it was his, you know, like, never mind. He was crying and hugging on Caleb. Like, you know, Caleb, I miss you, Caleb. Ugly crying, letting him go, couldn't let him go. I can't quit you, Caleb. You know, that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, Caleb is excited about being there with David. I know he feels betrayed about that because Maddie had revealed in a podcast earlier that she doesn't really talk to her dad anymore because he's not in a good position, or at least, you know, not a good state. And she doesn't want to necessarily have her kids around her, which is heartbreaking in and of itself. But, you know, where she goes, she's probably taking Caleb with her, let's be honest. So Caleb probably ain't calling and talking to Cody the way he was before. So Cody has lost a lot. And for him to see David and Christine actually enjoying and reaping the benefit of their time and contribution into the family and investment into these relationships that Cody no longer has because he never took value into these relationships and never invested in these relationships heavy. So he doesn't get the benefit of these relationships. That shit is going to eat him alive. So you're right, Keisha Lee. He's going to be, not only is he going to be shitting bricks, he's going to be shitting bricks sideways. And it's going to be rough. And those bricks are going to have hot sauce on them. Because that shit burns. It burns, Jack. It burns. I'm having too much fun with that one. Too much fun. I feel like that's a little shout out to, what was it, Tammy from 400 pound, 600 pound sisters, 1,000 pound sisters. She was doing a lot of poo-poo humor in her show. Vixen with the egg and avocado sandwiches. Okay. You know what? I just started getting heavy into avocado. And to be honest with you, it's one of those things where I didn't realize how good avocados were. I was like, oh, who the hell's going to eat that? That's disgusting. And I started eating them, put them in a shake. Like I started making some smoothies with them. Look, this avocado's all right. I've been missing out all these years. Just walking past the treasure just sitting in the produce aisle. What the hell? RJ said, my aunt used to make chicken foot soup. Gross. Oh, yuck. I hated that. Nope, couldn't do the broth either. Laughed my butt off. Thanks for the nightmare. Chicken foot soup. Okay, going green mom in the house. Oh, good point. He is receiving the family they wanted when Robyn came into the family. They're getting the bigger, cooler family, not the manipulation. You're right. Truth hurts. Truth hurts. You know, that's an excellent point, going green mom, is that if you really think about it, Christine is actually getting a family that Cody, Robyn, and even the Browns pretended to have. That's the hurt part. So it's almost like if you sitting around and you pretending to have money, and then somebody hit the lotto. You know what I mean? They hit the pick six or the Powerball or Mega Millions, whatever you have in your area, and they hit that shit, and all of a sudden they living the high life. They stunting on fools, and you there eating syrup sandwiches. No teeth in your head, you know what I mean? Just rah, rah, rah. It's a hurt piece. Some people, every now and again, I catch stuff. Buckets put the avocados up, yeah, right. I tell you, those little treasures, little green treasures. That shit is money. Oh, jerk chicken. I love jerk chicken. I just can't. Like, my brother makes a really good jerk chicken. I just got to get my, put that on the grizzle. Like, he's able to do it in the house. I got to put it on. I like mine off the grill. I do mine off the grill. Alaska Van Oz, like, getting hungry with all these food talk, James. Yeah, I'm telling you. I tell you what, I had 100,000 damn subscribers. I'm going to have me a party. We're going to have a damn cookout party. I swear we will. But Gwen not coming to the wedding. Oh, okay. What does everyone think about Gwen not coming to the wedding? Lexa Power got some news. From what I understand, Gwen didn't come to the wedding because when she had her wedding and wedding reception, that's where Cody and David met. Like, so when she had her special day, so much of her day, because they filmed part of it, at least to my understanding, so much of her special day was all about the drama between Cody and David meeting for the first time, and how was Christine taking Cody and Robyn being there, and, you know, all that. So she felt a certain kind of way about it. And because they were filming, like, she's kind of feuding, at least from my understanding, and I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that she's kind of feuding with TLC. So the fact that Christine's wedding is being filmed by TLC, she no longer wants to appear on the show with that. So I think that's why she didn't show up to the wedding, and that's part of the reason why, you know, even Christine, to her credit or whatever, she's not having any issues. Like, she hasn't said anything about Gwendolyn not being there, or she didn't make any notation about that's why she's not here, or you know, screw her, she ain't show up to my stuff. So that's what I heard. No problem. Yeah, you know, I love sharing when I find stuff out. And I'm not as good at, like, there's some people in here, man, they know all the business. They be up and they know their business better than some of the people in the family. You know, like it's that weird place. Like, what is Cody and Robyn going to talk about? I don't know. Because if you talk to some of these YouTubers, they know about what's going on with Christine and David well before even Cody and Robyn would ever find out. Like, they tied in, they looped in. You know what I mean? I'm just picking up what I can pick up. Yeah, Aaron, yeah. I agree with you. Like, the fact that nobody mentioned it, because they strike me as the kind of family. They be like, where the hell is Gwen? Yeah. Oh, she ain't going to show up to this. She ain't showing up to this, child? You know what I mean? Get country on your ass. Ain't throwing up to this, child? Next thing you know, oh, we're going to go find Gwen, you know. And I think that Gwen and the family are close enough to where I don't think, because I know Christine went to Gwen's wedding. I know she was there for that. So I don't see a situation where the two of them were feuding or she disagreed so much with David or the prospect that she would be taking on a new stepfather that all of a sudden she stops talking to her mom and won't participate. Because there is a way, even if you don't support, and this is kind of that weird place, even if you don't support necessarily the relationship, you can support the person. And that would be weird if she didn't support her mom. Share Bear, that's kind of where I'm at. Don't let people. The weird thing about it is that even with things that happen with your day to day, like your job or whatever, don't let people rob you of happiness or even opportunities to be happy or those happy moments. In a weird, sad way, I understand. I'll preface it this way. I understand why Gwen feels the way she does about TLC if they did this. Like, if this what I understand, if that is true, and they took away her special day because they were trying to make a storyline for their TV show, and a milestone in her life was dampened, not necessarily ruined, because she still got married and the two of them are still enjoying each other's company. I saw pictures of them today. On my Instagram, MyTakeOnReality Instagram, plus I have a MyTakeOnReality fan page on Facebook as well. So check those out if you want to. But I saw a picture of Gwen and her wife earlier, and they look extremely happy. But the thing is that don't let TLC rob you from the experience of experiencing your mother getting married. I understand your disagreement with TLC. You could have said, look, I'm going to be in the background. Don't film me. You know, I don't want to be on your show or whatever. I'm just going to fall back. But I'm going to be there for your mom and be there to experience that time. Like when she had her dress zipped up. Like, I thought that was cute. And she was even calling for Maddie to come over and help her zip her dress up. You know, that shit is awesome. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because she was, like, Christine's trying to include everybody in her day. And this is a time where Christine has experienced so much change. And a time where she's experienced so much change after experiencing so much misery. And for her to be able to experience that with her, it would have really touched her in a way that can't be replaced. It's not the same. Like me saying it on TV, I don't know Christine. Christine ain't my friend. It ain't like she gonna call me up and be like, James, what you doing on Saturday, cuz? Come hang out. Me and Dave, we're going down to the bowling alley. David, we're going down to the bowling alley. But I was excited to see her get married. So I can only imagine how special it would have been for everybody involved if Gwendolyn actually could have participated. Again, I understand why she doesn't want to, but don't let people steal your joy. Never let nobody steal your joy. You ain't gonna get in the way of me. You're having a good time, you know. And and part of me wishes that Gwendolyn would have took that approach. What is this Vixen? What did Vixen say? Damn it! As soon as I get ready to click it, the shit disappeared. What did we think? It was something like, what did we think of the venue? I thought the venue was awesome. I really liked that place. And as crazy as it is, here's a piece of dirt. Not dirt, but talking shit. I actually enjoyed, of all the weddings I've seen on Sister Wives, I've enjoyed Christine's wedding the most. Like, I thought that all of them had beautiful weddings. Aspen, Maddie, even McKelty, freezing everybody ass out. We're getting married in January, and I don't give a shit if it's 6 degrees. I'm not wearing sleeves out there, like, you know what I mean? But I thought all the weddings were beautiful. I thought that with Maddie's wedding, I saw a distinct difference between the way this gentleman did Christine's wedding versus how Cody did Madison's wedding. Cody, the way Cody did Madison's wedding, he made it all about him and his stuff. The way this guy did it, he tied it into, it was about Christine and it was about David. And it was about them deserving to be one another. And even the way he told the story about how David had lost his previous wife and the type of man that David was. Because up until this point, if you really think about it, up until this point, all we've heard is David is a good guy. David is a nice guy. David is a friendly guy. David is awesome. David is amazing. But we didn't see a whole lot of stuff that where it was like, this is why David is amazing. These are examples of how David is amazing. And the one story that really kind of said, okay, made me go, okay, all right. I mean, that's awesome. I can see, a decent person doing that. Was a story about he would go to work, he would come home, he would be present for his children who had also experienced the loss. Because again, the contrast between David losing his wife in death, her mortal life, he lost his wife, and he's now a widower. And him and Cody with losing the relationship of that he had with Christine, how he dealt with it. David lost a wife, but he was there for his kids because he realized that he didn't just lose a wife, his kids lost their mother. And so he was there for his kids. He was present for his kids. Cody, when he loses his wife, not in death, but because she no longer wants to be with him, then everything is about him and he could give a damn what the kids was going through. I don't care that y'all going through problems. Did you hear about what I went through? Plus I had COVID. I almost died, yo. I ain't make it. I was on the floor crying like a baby, balled up in the corner, according to Robyn, taking care of Robyn and the kids. Sobbing. I was sobbing. So the difference in how they go about things, and even when they took it a step further, they said that David is the kind of guy, when he comes home, and even though he worked a full day, he go over next door and his neighbor is paralyzed from the waist down, and he builds a ramp for his neighbor to be able to get in and out of his house, or be able to have their house accessible. That's decent. That's decent dude shit. Like, that's stuff that decent people do. That's the way you would hope that you would have a neighbor. If you found yourself in a difficult situation or a difficult time, your neighbor would come over next door to make sure that you were okay and look out for you that way. And so that spoke a lot about the type of man that he was and his character. Even with Christine talking, we've all watched Christine suffer and the type of person who she was. But to have them recognize that she's the type of person that remembers your day and remembers events, and this is kind of hand in hand with what I was saying before. I'm not saying it from the respect of, I said it before because I'm right. But I mean, it's just stuff that I felt watching this as to why Cody is so upset about Christine leaving. And it just merely supports that idea. And I think Cody's anger and being upset that Christine left is rooted in the fact that Christine did a lot of the planning. Christine was the one who did a lot of the remembering of people's special times, events, and making that day special. And that's what they were saying. That like Christine will write you a poem or a letter or a note to make you feel special for your special day, occasion, or event. And that's the type of person that she is. And then to have these two people bound together, it takes it to that next level. So that's where I thought it was a very special thing. Sarcasm for fun with the $4.99 super chat. They will Photoshop Gwen in. Yeah, right. They just have a picture done. Just to erase everybody. Cody and Robyn are going to have a picture redone of the family portrait, and they're going to erase everybody else, and they're going to put their pictures in from their wedding day in with the rest of the family because they're psychopaths. That's what crazy people do. James, they will Photoshop Gwen in, Robberies helping with it. Robberies helping with it. Who is J Baby? The time zone on Facebook is 2 hours behind. We need an admin to fix it. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Jay is my daughter. Let me just make sure that's who she's under. Because she's one of the, she's listed as a moderator. Yeah, my daughter's helping out. Let me just ask her. They created a moment. Right. Oh, yep, that's her. That's my daughter. Just check something. Yeah. It's a family of all. Yeah, bringing everybody in. And show me some of my technical stuff. Cause I'm help me with some of the lingo. She's also helping with she's gonna be helping with some of the Instagram pages and some of my social media stuff too. Oh, I haven't got anything yet. Going grandma, lucky we have. Lucky we live in the real world, unlike Robyn. Hello, Alexa. As long as the parents don't get involved, otherwise a group text could turn into a massive drama issue. Yeah, especially when you make it about you. When you make your because I've always felt like that with the issue with the text messages, that the text messages fell into the whole perspective of it's all about me. So when Robyn was like, oh, when kids were like, oh, let's get together for this Pollyanna so we can talk about how we're going to exchange gifts because this is something that we do. This is our thing. Robyn said, oh, no. We're going to get together and we're going to change it from a text message. So we're going to change the format, the forum. We're going to change it over to become to a Zoom call. And then once we get on the Zoom call, I'm going to use my kids to make it all about me. So you guys have to all flow through me in order to talk to these kids. So basically it would turn into a conversation where the kids will be having a conversation. They'll say, hey, Garrison, what's going on? Be like, Garrison, look, Solomon is smiling at you. Garrison, Solomon's smiling. He's like, and then that's annoying. So like when a parent tells you what the kid is like, but they're not really telling you what the kid is thinking or what the kid is saying or what the kid is possibly coming up with, the machinations that the child have, but they're just using the kid to say whatever it is they want to say to you. Look at the kid just saying, look at him with all that second plate of food. Like, that's you. Kid don't give a damn how many plates I eat. But I can see that. So. Yeah, but that's like I said. So, with that being said, you know what I mean, and I think that's why it blew up because the kids were, and even with the kids saying, ultimately, I don't want to have this turn into, Robyn was mad because we didn't make this all about their drama or Robyn's drama. That's what it was about. Who's this? Anyone else want to set up a group chat on cell phone text? I don't understand Discord or Facebook. LOL. would rather just do regular text thread and just keep it on silent if it gets busy. That's awesome. Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, I am. Speaking of Discord, I will be setting up a Discord. I have a Discord coming out too. All right, Vixen. Yeah, I don't. You know what, Jill? I don't see none of your stuff, J baby. Let's see. What else did I wrote some other stuff down. Poor man doesn't work. Aspen and McKelty. Yeah, I did like that when Janelle said that David is a balm to cure the wound inflicted by Cody, because Cody left. He tried his level best to hurt and destroy Christine, and I think that that's part of the reason why Cody struggles with the like so many of the fans liking Christine, because we watched him try to destroy her. And as hard as he tried to destroy her, she came back stronger. You know. And yeah, as much as she's, you know, blah, blah. I lost my train of thought. Ain't that some shit? Oh, wow. I just broke my pen. Damn, strength. Just snapped my pen in half. You see that shit? You can't even see it. Just snapped the shit out of it. Holy crap. Ugh. Strong. Must be all them syrup sandwiches when I was a kid. Oh, okay. No, that's cool beans. Cool beans. Yeah, so, damn. You know, maybe this pepper's catching up to my ass. You know what I mean? I might be hitting that point where I get upstairs, like, why don't I come upstairs? Yeah, I heard about that shit. Like, you go upstairs to get something, you forget why you went upstairs, and then you go back downstairs. The second you get back downstairs, you remember, what the hell? Oh, I'm not remember why I went upstairs. You're like, oh, shit. You know what they say? Memory is the second thing to go. I can't remember what the first thing is, though. So. Christian, right? We want pen, grum grum. You know what I mean? Like, what the shit? Gotta take it easy. Getting too excited, they just snapping pens in half. Like, yeah, that's what is problematic. David Johnson, I do it every day. I know what you mean, David. We gotta take it easy, player. You know what I mean? Just like crunch. Live in a wild man's world, man. Playboy. Gotta take it easy. Maybe I shouldn't have had that second cup of coffee this morning. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the shit? It just affects you different. Lynn Barnes said, me too, but I'm 63 and the first thing hasn't gone yet. I'm telling you, man. Look, and for you young bucks, that's what they used to call back in the day, you young bucks, young fillies, I'm going to tell you, okay, best bet ever. I'm going to check that out. Apology. Oh, 7. I take down hints. Oh shit. One of the things I will tell you is you start to get older, I'm going to be honest with you. Getting old is not for the weak. Okay. It is not for the weak. You know you in trouble. Like, there was a guy who I worked with. Story time. There was a guy I worked with when I was younger. You know, I was very strong, you know. And we working together. And then one day he called out, and yeah, I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it was fucked up. He calls out of work, and he's like, yeah, he gonna be out for a while. Like, what happened? Like, oh, he slipped a disc. Like, what? He messed his back up, he slipped a disc? How'd he do that? Right? And he looked and he said, oh, he was putting his pants on. What the fuck? I'm telling you, this shit is not for the weak. You get old, boy, it's not for the weak. You gotta be strong. You gotta be strong up here. You know, when you know you're in trouble when you're laying in the bed for the first 5 minutes that you wake up and you start doing the inventory to see what's still working. Like, it's not even so much working good either. It's just like, yeah, that'll work. That's passable. I can get up. You know what I mean? But yeah, I had another guy who working when, you know, as you start to get older, you start to, you know, you remember what you used to do when you were a young guy. There was another guy at my job. He had a slip and slide. He put a slip and slide out for his kids. He was a bigger guy, like, you know, he didn't have the 6-pack abs like Cody had, the full keg, as it were. But they put the slip and slide out, and he told the kids, he was like, step back. Let me show you young bucks how to do it. Because apparently they would run as hard as they could, and it would slide, but they would only go about halfway. You know, let me show you kids how to do this shit. And he did, you know, back in the day, he did like we used to do. Took that big running, you know, ding, 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 ding. And he dove, and he went, and he hit his stomach. He landed on that shit, blew all that up. It was like he belly flopped like a 10-foot board belly flopped in the pool. He hit that ground because underneath that water, all it is just, you know, he lost his mind because the water was there and he saw the little shiny thing that was the slide and he was like, this is going to be amazing. He hit that shit and he forgot it's on the ground. So he just basically dove stomach first onto the ground. And he said he slid all the way to the end. And he didn't move. Like, he just stayed. He was standing there like, help! I was like, I can see that shit now. He hit that joint, was like, ah! They had to call the ambulance. His kids and shit was crying, watching him get carted out of this party. It was insane. He said it was the most embarrassing thing he'd ever done. That's why I was like, man, you got to remember, you are not a child anymore. This shit is for kids. Kids could do that. First of all, they streamlined in a mother. Okay? I think he was, at the time, he was in his, I was a younger guy. I was younger than him. But I think he was in his 40s, late 40s. I was like, kids are streamlined. Second, dude, if you step off a curb wrong, you might be going to the emergency room. These kids could fall down steps. And they'll get up, pop up, and they fine. You need to sit downstairs, oh yeah. If you 40 years old, you're going to have some steps. There's going to be some slow singing and file bringing, bruh. It's going to be people in the church. You're going to be in that church looking at the ceiling. Okay? Them kids, they go down themselves. They get up. What the hell happened? You okay? I'm fine. Or they come down, the steps. Are you okay? No. This dude just scared. This kid is scared. He ain't hurt. He's scared. There's a difference. Shit. You wake up too fast, you might have a heart attack. You get older. You gotta take it. You gotta ease into your mornings and shit. Like kids just pop up out of bed. Remember them days? You just jump out like you will open your eyes. You just get right up. You don't have to stretch nothing. I'm telling you, youth is wasted on the young blackjack. Because I got a whole bunch of shit I would do now. Aaron the clerk, $2 super chat. No message, just the love. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, Vixen. Where you at, Vixen? I see you. Robyn needs to be taken to the funny farm. Yeah. Because that shit is no joke. Like, she's crazy for real. Did anyone, like, listening to her talk, in my mind, like, she started to, even tonight, again, this is years. They've been out the family for years. Christine been gone for years. at this point. And Robyn is still sitting there talking about, in my mind, Robyn, I get it. You upset that they left. You know, you was hoping for one thing and that shit didn't work out. I don't know what kind of childhood you had to where you got everything you wanted and your life turned out exactly how you wanted it. And now, you know, shit didn't turn out how you planned and you can't get over it. I don't know what kind of life you had, but you are wholly unprepared for life. If you think that everything is supposed to go the way you want it to go, you are wholly unprepared for life. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? What's that? Oh, man. You know. Unplugging the plant shit every day. It's spit warming up, yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, you young, some shit jump off, you like, pew! You don't need to stretch or nothing. Shit. And now, you better limber up, Jack. You go to the club, you better limber up. Some shit jump off, you gonna pull all that. You tearing all your whole left side up trying to run out of there. Brew Bear. I'm 52, and the last time I went horseback riding with my cousin and one of her horses, I got bucked off. Oh, shit. And landed on my back. I really didn't think I could get back up, LOL. I know what you mean. I like riding, too. And, you know, that is something that I want to do again. Like, maybe I'll go this summer and ride a little more. But, like I said, I ride motorcycles and shit. That's the one thing that scares the hell out of me. Because if you fall, I know if I hit the ground, I'm in fucking trouble. like not even, pardon my French, that requires some c'est la vie française. Like, you know what I mean? Look, if I hit that shit in ground, boy, there's going to be some, I can call somebody. Don't touch me. Call the people who know what they doing. Don't put your hands on me. That's where I'm at. Don't touch nothing. Because all this is jacked up. I know I'm hurt. And I might not be screaming right now, but trust me when I say that when a week after the medication wear off, I'm going to be hollering my ass off. Because there's no way that I'm not hurt for real. I'm just hurt so bad right now that my brain won't let me feel it. That's where I'm at. So don't touch me. You know what I mean? $82.99 super chat. Rank Robyn B, Megan M, and Amber H as narcissists. Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's a crazy stew. It's a Robyn in there, a little bit of Megan, and a whole bunch, heap of Amber Turd up in the crib. Keisha Lee, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Robyn looks absolutely miserable. Buyer's remorse. I know. Could you imagine? You fight, you scheme, you trick, you connive, you lie, you steal, you trip, everything, and you get what you wanted, and you're like, this ain't what I asked for. That's the part that hurts. What is this? Check out fun. Listen, B said, we speak French up in here. We speak that French. Parlez-vous français? Oh, man. Rochelle J. I'm out of Michigan. Oh, Michigan. Michigan is serious. It's cold. It's cold up here, too. Over here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a big fan. Like, all summer long, I would say that shit. Oh, the heat is so hot. It's so hot. I'm like, yeah, but at least it ain't snowing. You know what I mean? I swear, man. I might. You don't be surprised one day you look up and I got a palm tree behind me because If I ever get 2 nickels and rub them together, I'm gonna buy me a place and I'm gonna be down in the island somewhere because I need some tropical in my life. I need something tropical. I want to walk on the beach in the morning. go lay down in the ocean, heal my body. Yeah, I'm in that greater northeast area where the the tri-state where shit gets serious. It's confusing. Like, they don't know what it is. Especially old man story. Old man story time. When I was a kid, we had more weather. Like, especially up here, we had more weather. So, like, right now, when Christmas hits, like Christmas and Thanksgiving, I'll make the traditional food, the turkey, the ham, and the roast beefs and all that and stuff. But then, past few years, I will also have the grill going. And when I say the grill, it's not grill. I had a barbecue going. Okay, I'm a steak burner, meaning that I have the charcoal, and I split wood, and I'll have I smoke. So I will smoke a brisket. I smoke some, I gotta do some turkey. Maybe I'll do some turkey soon too. But, you know what I mean? It's just different. So you have when I was a kid, it would be cold. When I went to school in September, right? In August, September, it was cold. Like, you were wearing a winter coat. Okay? First day of school, I remember going to school wearing a winter coat. Now, like I said, I'm out barbecuing and shit, Christmas time, New Year's, got some food on, making steaks and shit. It's crazy. But then, without warning, no lead up, no intro, none of that, no, warming up. Speaking of warming up, getting it ready, it just all of a sudden goes from 60 degrees to 20. What the shit? This ain't fair. This ain't right. You gotta let my body acclimate. You know what I mean? Give me an opportunity to be able to come down on it. All of a sudden, I go from I go from wearing a t-shirt to out there trying to break the ice chunks off my damn windshield so I can drive. It's crazy. Oh, okay. Lynn Barnes, barbecue Christmas, a New Zealand tradition. My rule, and this is insane for me, but and I've been called crazy. I'll say it's not insane to me. It makes perfect sense to me, but I'm gonna tell you, my whole thing is this: when it comes to barbecue, I'm a barbecue lover. Barbecue is in the Bible. You can look at it and be put some meat on the grill, and it's pleasing. Okay, barbecue is the shot. But some people will look at me and be like, James, if it's raining or it's cold or stuff's going on, why are you out there barbecuing? Look, if a caveman can barbecue, I can barbecue. I just got a nicer damn cave. My cave got electricity in it and shit. I'm good. I can go out and barbecue as long as I can, I barbecued in the snow. I smoke shit in the snow. I don't care. As long as I can get to my grill, we gonna make it go down. But I do prefer when it's nice out and you can actually sit out there and enjoy. You can get a book and, while your food's cooking or whatever, if I have to put another log in, I like that. But, I will barbecue when it's it's cold. I just don't like it as much. It's not as much fun. Then you just going out, hot-footing it out to the thing, throwing, open up the fire pit, throwing a log in, closing it down, and trying to get back in the house quick before your feet fall off. But I will do it. Yeah, I'm out there. Some people think I'm in. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen Queen yet. I haven't seen Queenie in a while. Hope she's okay. Oh, there you go. Buggers. Barbecue is all weather. See what kind of lady Buggers? All weather all the time. CZQ in the house. Okay. Yeah, I see some people loving a barbecue. I'm telling you, nothing like barbecue. The cookout, shit. That's some of the best times I've had as a child. Have been around a grill. You know, not a grill. Technically, we call it grilling. Grilling is like the propane. I don't do the propane. I do charcoal, or I'll do, like I said, I like stick burning. Get that true smoky flavor. Oh, it's not like it. It's delicious. Divine, as Cody would say. As Cody would say as he's making his nasty ass crepes. Oh, put my hot spice in it. It's divine. I make some brisket, it's divine. And when I cook outside, like every time they have Cody cooking out, that dude burn the fuck out of everything. Pardon my French. He burns the shit out of everything. Like he opened up the grill. Like, how do you burn everything using the propane grill? It's just like cooking in the house. Like, you should stay out the kitchen. Stay out the kitchen. If every time he'll get a stack of food, be like, yeah, I got steaks and this, that, and other chicken. And you know that shit was bought by TLC, because anybody who makes that stuff ever, like with as many kids as he has, as many wives he has, as big as his family is, there's no way in the world this dude should not know how to barbecue some food for a big family. Like, you're basically catering a party every time you have a cookout. So watching him with this food, and he'll be like, yeah, I got some inch steaks, 2-inch steaks, throw them on the grill. He'll go outside, pull that damn lid up, and that whole shit is an inferno. This is a disco inferno in there. Like, what the hell? Like, yeah, you know, I like my food a little. Like, this ain't Cajun, first of all. This isn't Cajun. Cajun is spices. This is burnt. Okay, this ain't char grilled. This is charcoal, you asshole. Like, you took $300 worth of steaks and burned them all to shit. Steaks, chicken, burgers, everything is burnt. You know, I mean, you ain't supposed to crunch hamburgers. Hamburgers ain't supposed to be crunchy. What are you doing? So yeah, hey, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way they like it. Maybe I'm laughing and criticizing them. Maybe it's just the way they like it. Just a small town girl. There you go. Just a small town girl living in a crazy world. I thought the lap dance was a little spicy for Christine's wedding. Yeah, the lap dance was a little spicy. Shit. I'll tell you, since they got out of them that whole polygamy gig, boy, they've been turning up. You got Janelle, you know, you got wine all behind her. You know, Christine, she in there doing beer chugging. They in there chugging beers. I mean, I'm surprised. Straight up, I'll be honest with you, I'm 100% surprised that Christine chugged the beer like a pro. So this ain't her first time. This ain't her first rodeo chugging. But she chugged the beer. I'm surprised the way they were going. She didn't just whip out a pocket knife, bang that bad boy in the bottom, and hit that tall boy and shotgun it. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the party is going. Like, when somebody they start breaking out tall boys, and they start slamming the bottom of them bad boys, and start cracking open the top, and they shotgunning beers, they're about 2 seconds off of getting a funnel, or about 3 seconds off of doing cake stands, in which case, somebody gonna be naked, somebody going to the hospital, and possibly somebody going to jail. I mean, it's one of them nights. It's a Jägermeister night. Like, this is a total tequila night. Like, this is where this party is going. So we need to be prepared. Just know that this is me giving life advice. If you see somebody when they got in that tall boy, they go bang up at their little can beer. It's gonna be a wild night, and there's a possibility you won't remember some of it. So just know that. Yeah, Mary stuck up for Christine when she said Cody talked smack about Christine all this time, so she should go out and be happy. Good for Mary. Yeah, you know what? And I think that Mary is, because I think some of the nastiness and bitterness, thank you, Lo, for that. I think some of the nastiness and bitterness that Mary had with regard to how she talked about Christine, I think a lot of that came from the fact that she was trying to be on Cody's side. So when she was sitting there, a lot of stuff that Cody said he needed to say because it came from the heart. It was real. It was real. Like, I think a lot of that was just her way of trying to defend Cody and make Cody feel better about the position he was taking because she was trying to rekindle and reunite with him. But, given the opportunity for her to be honest about the situation, this is where it is. In addition, when she looks at her own situation, she realized that it doesn't play well for her that she's, it's okay that Cody mistreated them, treated them bad, and, she's going to defend it. She deserves to find happiness the same way Christine found happiness. I mean, not necessarily, well, I'll take that back. Not the same way. Because I don't think that, it's always scary when people see somebody do something and they go out and try to duplicate it in their own lives. What's for that person is for that person. I want Mary to find her own happiness. So if that makes sense. Like, I just wanted to correct myself. Like, I don't want her to be like Christine. I want Mary to be like Mary. I want Mary to find happiness for Mary. The way Mary wants to be happy. Because she very well, as crazy as it is, she may be looking for the type of love that Christine has with David, but she might not be looking for David type of love. Difference. And I'm also excited, and to be honest with you, let's talk all the way through it. I'm also cognizant and understanding of Janelle's position. And to be honest with you, in this type of situation, I would probably be closer to where Janelle is. If in her case, she was married to Cody for 30 years. She had a previous husband before Cody's married brother. So this is her second marriage that didn't work out. So as she goes forward right now, she's taking the time to get to know herself, to enjoy herself, her family, her position, where she is, her success. She's enjoying herself right now, and she may be open to the possibility that she could have a relationship at some point, but she's not looking for it. For me, that makes the most sense. So in this situation, I would probably be closer, like if I was in the same situation, I'd probably be closer to a Janelle position than I would even to a Christine position. Like, I like the fact that Christine found somebody, she's happy with them, that's awesome. But I would be more where Janelle is. Like, I'm good for right now. If I find somebody and we clicked, then that'd be great. But I just rode this ride, and I'm not trying to just get right back in line again. So if I see something that's interesting, then we'll go over there and talk. We'll negotiate that out. But otherwise, I'm good. And I respect where Janelle is. Okay, Pat, you take it easy. Pat Clark said, finish the wine up. Like, and I'm Earl. I understand that. Going Great Mom. I think Janelle and Mary will have land issues sorted before getting into a permanent relationship. Yeah. I can agree with that. Rachel. Hey, Brew Bear, thanks. My body is weird now, and I'm always cold, and men are weird now. Always been weird. We've always been weird. That's part of who we are. I like being healthier. There you go. Tracy McMurray. Let's roast that chicken Cody grill because it looked boring as hell. No seasons. Yeah, right? You alright? Some people think that the smoke is enough. Not so. Nay. The smoke is one flavor. Like they say, it's about layering the flavors. You want to layer flavors. So The smoke is like, I love the smoky taste, but you have to layer that shit. You gotta put, especially chicken. Chicken tastes like whatever you sit chicken next to. so, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with chicken. You know. Oh, thank you, Lauren. Lauren Hahn. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do with chicken, but you gotta put something on it. You got to put something on it. Do yourself, your taste buds, and the people that you serve a favor. I mean, even SBG, like the salt, pepper, garlic, something. Don't just throw it on the grill. Oh, don't just throw it on the grill. It'll be great. No, it won't be great. That's when you had them kids looking at you like, this is not delicious. Just go get some chicken. It's gonna be delicious. This is not delicious. The kids will hurt your feelings, Jack. You be out there slaving over that damn grill. You be like, put some bullshit in front of them. You look at it, they take a, be looking good because it got the little char on it. You be like, oh, this is like and it smells delicious. You ain't bite. Hey, put it right. And then get a napkin. You know what I mean? The kid will tell you, you ain't going to eat all your food. This food is disgusting. You can't even say disgusting. Okay, let's see. Just jumping in. Is there any new info on the land? I tried GIS and only found Cody and Robyn's names. None of the others. Well, from what I understand, the part of the land that Janelle paid off, they removed Robyn's name from it. And her name is the only one that appears on some of the property or some of the parcels that she paid for. They paid the land off. It's my understanding that Janelle came in with the money at the last minute and paid the land off. So the land is paid for. Who owns the land, who owns what, and what they're going to do with it is a different subject matter altogether. Because one of the dangers that I've always felt when they paid the land off, and this is my suspicion, I can't tie it to anything, I wouldn't loop it at anything, and I can't say that it's true, but my suspicion would always be that with Cody and his mindset, because he has taken such a huge pay loss, because he lost those additional 3 checks off of the 5 checks that he's taken in addition, that there's a possibility, and you can kind of see the writing on the wall to where this show may end, at least in part for Cody and Robyn. They may get a reduction and or they may get terminated off of the show entirely, removed from the show entirely, especially if they're trying to play hardball with them not filming in the house, them not sharing their kids' lives, them not sharing their lives, and they're trying to negotiate hardball, and there's a lot of opportunity for them to get kicked off. So if they kick them off the show and they lose that money, that'll hurt Cody. So I can see Cody trying to hold on to as much as the land as possible, because this is something that he can either sell or something he could profit from. So with that being said, it will be, I think, increasingly difficult for Janelle to be able to step in and say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to split the land up based on who contributed what. Because if they divide the land of who contributed what, the fact that looking at the land between the 3 of them, if they take into account what each one of them contributed to Cody Pass, then a majority of that land would probably belong to Mary and Janelle. Because if you take into account the money they contributed to Robyn's house or Robyn's home, and Robyn and Cody's home, I should say, you take that money and you apply that as a credit to the Cody Pass land, then they most likely would own a good majority of the land. That's why it was so ridiculous when Cody was sitting out there talking about, yeah, I'm only going to give Mary 2 acres. 2 acres of what? You know what I mean? 2 acres of what? 2 acres for me to bury your ass? You're like, what are you talking about? Like, you guys still owe me money. Like, because if you obviously you're not going to give me money to move forward, and you're trying to treat it like it's a gift. Like, that was supposed to be an investment. Like, that's kind of where the money gets kind of weird for me. If I was involved with it, at least to my understanding, that the money that they contributed into the family fund was not a gift to Robyn and Kody or money that was just set aside that anybody could do whatever they wanted to do. It was supposed to be an investment. And if you take it from a gift or money that free use money to investment, then that's something different. And if it's an investment, then actually let me fix this. Been doing this all night. Live, baby. But you switch it from investment, then all of a sudden there's a fiduciary responsibility that Cody would have in order to manage that money for the benefit of the entire family. So it's the equivalent of if you have a business deal with somebody, you go into a partnership with somebody and you give them money so that they could purchase something so that you could benefit. We're going to buy some stocks and you give me the money. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of stocks. You give me the money and then I go buy a Porsche with that money, the stock money. Then I stole the stock money. That money wasn't for me to buy a Porsche or a Ferrari. That was for me to invest in the stock money. And buy stocks and bonds or whatever. And if we lose the money on the stocks and bonds, then it is what it is. But you can't say that, well, we was going to lose the money anyway, so I just went ahead and bought a Ferrari. Like, fuck you. Like, I want my money back. You know what I mean? You haven't that entitled. And I think that that's one of the weird places that where Janelle and Mary are. It's interesting also because as long as they're trying to play nice in this situation, you're not approaching it like a business, which is ironic because if you go back to Cody and listen to some of the stuff he said with regard to the ladies, he would always try to approach it like it was a business meeting. He even played businessman when he would have the family meetings. I'm gonna sit at the head of the table because I'm the CEO and the boss, and we're going to talk about these financial things. And he had everybody taking notes and stuff like that because he was like official. And he would treat it like a business. When Mary was talking about buying a bed and breakfast, he would treat it like a business. And he said, it doesn't make any business sense for us to invest in this and that. We're wasting money and and because he's treating it like a business. Now, all of a sudden, the business investment of us selling our house and coming out to Flagstaff and investing in properties, and you're not thinking of like this like a business, and you're not thinking about it like a business person. Because if you bought Christine's house, talking to Janelle, you bought Christine's house, we could build on Cody Pass, you could move there, you could rent this out. And Janelle's trying to explain to him, dummy, that's not how lending works. If I have a house, a mortgage on this, and I don't have the income to reflect that I can afford a building mortgage, a building loan, they're not going to give me the building loan. So I'm just going to be stuck in a house that I don't want. No, you got to think like a business person. He wants them to think like a business person when it comes to that. But he doesn't want them thinking like a business people when it comes to the family fund and everything that was financing the so-called business. He wants them thinking of it, the family fund is the family. This isn't a business, this is about the family. We have to think about the big picture. That's when he started talking about all that big picture bullshit. But he wasn't talking about the big picture when he was talking about how to utilize and use the money for the things he wants. That he's thinking of it like a businessman, and we need to think like a business. But as soon as it's about stuff that he wants to do with the money, then it's, well, I have a big picture and we got to think about the family, and I got a family to think of. I got 18 kids I got to think about. Recognizing the fact that part of them 18 kids come from 6 from Janelle, 6 from Christine, and 1 from Mary. You know what I mean? And then got 5 kids from Robyn, and she brought in 3 into the relationship, and she had 2 for you. So it's all the responsibility that he's so-called taking credit for is their responsibility, especially if they're the ones doing the day-to-day. You're worried about the 15 kids that you're responsible for, but they're doing it every day. But you don't give them credit for that. So that's where it gets kind of weird with the whole yeah, I think I might do that. Little breakdown on at least what I understand and what I could pull from it. A breakdown on Cody Pass, just because it's just, it's just so crazy. Like, and what makes it crazy, the financial investment itself isn't crazy. But it's how they carried it out. Like, I understand, like, buying property in real estate is not a bad idea. It's actually a really good idea. Because even with, like, Robyn's house, as an example, Thank you, Lo. Appreciate that. Even with Robyn's house, as an example, they bought that house for $800,000. That house is almost worth $2 million now. That's a sound investment. You've doubled your money. That's a sound investment. The problem I have with Cody Pass, and even the family stuff, is pretty much what you might call like the whole idea of the prenup, like the prenuptial agreement. People get insulted by the prenuptial agreement because, that's like saying that the relationship is going to fail. It's like predicting that the relationship is going to fail. That's not true. What a prenuptial agreement does is it gives you the opportunity to decide how your relationship assets, your marital assets, community property will be divided upon the dissolution or breakdown of your relationship. The best time, and this is whether it's a marriage or a business proposition, the best time for you to have the discussion about what's going to happen if you break apart and you're no longer together is when you still get along and everybody's still excited. That's the best time to have it. Why? Because that's when everybody is fucking fair. That's when everybody's fair. Nobody is trying to screw you at that point. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's feelings up. Say, I'm mad. I can't believe this. Screw you. You forgot my birthday. So now I want everything. Like you don't have to deal with a lot of that. If you already have the agreement in place, it is what it is. Well, people will make decisions on whether they want to be with you based on the fact that you have this agreement in place. People are going to make that decision regardless. Because here's the secret to the sauce. If you get married and you don't have a prenup, then you default automatically to the state's prenuptial agreement, the state's agreement. So if you don't have a prenuptial agreement that you agree upon, when you get divorced, because in the United States, at least where we're at, most of us are at, when you get divorced, when you get married, we don't have a statute that says you can't get a divorce. Once you get married, that's it. You can never get a divorce. You have laws on the books which reflect what will happen when you get a divorce. So whether you have a prenuptial agreement or not, those things are already in place. So if you come into the relationship and you have $50 million and you say, well, we trust each other and blah, 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 and you got $50 million and your fiance works a job or they come in like Robyn, they don't have any job. And they come into the relationship. When you get married and you live in a community property state like Arizona, like Utah, and they have no fault divorces, and you get that 50-50 split, irregardless of how much you come into the marriage with or whatever the case may be, that shit is gonna hurt. And that's just because that's the agreement that when you got married, you neglected to formulate an agreement yourself on what's going to happen if we have a split. So when you get divorced, you take on the state's agreement. And that's all that is. All right, Blue Jay, have a good night. So, like, same, what I would have suggested when they did Coyote Pass, that they go in. If you're going to create any changes to the property, you make it known what those changes are. If we're going to be fair, then everybody who is, say, in this case, he wants to take 4 acres. He wants Robyn to have 4 acres. You only want to give Mary 2, and you want to give Janelle 4, right? And Christine, she's like, I don't want none of this crazy shit. Okay, fine. Then Mary should only be required to pay for her 2 acres. Nothing more. Janelle should only be required to pay for her 4 acres. Nothing more. And the other 60%, the other 60% of the property should be paid for by Cody and Robyn. If that's what you want, then you should pay 60% of the property. And then from there, you do the subdivisions and all that stuff that you want to do. But that should all be rooted out. And you should have your equity or your money divided before you get into your agreement. Don't go into any business proposition, any real estate deal or anything like that without these things being talked about and discussed first. Because if you don't, what happens is you go into an agreement. It can either go bad as far as ownership. If they own everything and everything is in their name, then it's theirs. Irregardless of what they said to you, what they promised you, especially when you start to get into a certain amount of money, it doesn't make a difference anymore. If it's not written down, there's some depending on your jurisdiction, depending on what your the valuation is especially of the deal, at a certain price point, it has to be in writing in order for that deal to be honored. So it doesn't matter what they tell you. If it's a $50 million deal in many jurisdictions, technically in some jurisdictions it's as low as I think $300 to $500, depending on where you are. If it's more than that, you shake their hand, we're going to be 50-50 partners. And you can have it on videotape. And that shit won't mean nothing. It won't hold up in court. So you want to protect yourself. And one of the things that Cody, and the thing that bothers me the most about the whole Coyote Pass exploit, I'm about to call it exploit, but the whole Coyote Pass venture is that the ladies were put in a position where nobody has protection for themselves. Nobody is protected. Janelle, when she got wrapped up into this, she wants to leave the marriage, but if you leave the marriage, you don't know what your cut is going to be. Like as much as they talk about we're going to divide, and that's why I think that Cody was so determined. Every time there was a camera around, Cody always wanted to be on TV talking about we're going to divide this up into 5 parcels. We're going to break it up into 5 parcels. It's 5 parcels, right? We all understand we're doing 5 parcels. And he keeps saying it. Realistically, real estate is one of those things that you actually have to have in writing. So it doesn't matter that he has it on tape or not. But I think in his mind, if you don't know, you don't know. And I think that in his mind, the same way he thought if he had truly down for 50% of the time contractually in some kind of agreement paperwork, he wouldn't have to pay child support. I think in his mind, he thinks if he gets on TV and says that they're going to divide the land up into 5 parcels enough, and this is how they're dividing the land, then a court will stand with him on division of the property. That shit is not true. This is what we intended to do. But if you don't have that shit in writing, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter until that property gets divided. All that, we agreed to, because until you have it, the property is paid for, and until you have the property is divided and each name placed on each parcel that for that division, you don't have anything. So he can say it as much as he wants, but I think that that's part of the reason why he says it as much as he does. Like we're going to divide it. We're doing 5 acres. We're doing 5 lots, right? We're doing 5 lots. I think that's why he says that. But none of that means anything. We're going to do 5 acres because we're doing 5 acres. And even with Mary sitting there, like, I see what you're saying, and I'm gonna do this, and that's not what I was thinking. The next step to that is I don't give a shit what you're thinking. Here's the money that I put in. Here are my receipts for the money that I contributed to the family fund. The family organization, the organization of Cody Brown LLC, for which I was a member of, if I'm Mary or I'm Janelle, the LLC that I was a member of no longer exists or is no longer functioning. It's not in business. So my question is, what happened to the funds that I contributed to that LLC? Where are they? Oh, they went to the house that you own. So you utilize the funds from our business to your home. This is also part of the reason why you don't mix personal shit with business shit, because it gets sticky. It gets sticky because, how much of what you buy through the business or using business funds belongs to the business and how much of it is for personal use. And if you try to take business funds and use those business funds for personal use, you can get jammed up. Because there are protections that you have in place when you formulate an LLC, because you hide behind what's called the corporate veil. So, for instance, if you get into, you have, under Cody Brown LLC, Cody has his cars and stuff listed as property of Cody Brown LLC. If he gets into a car accident and the cars are owned by Cody Brown LLC, not Cody Brown the individual, then when you sue, you're suing Cody Brown LLC and not Cody Brown the individual. So you can't get his house, in other words. So his house, if it's in his name, you can't touch his house because that's like two different people almost. Well, legally it's considered two different people. The corporation is basically an individual, or almost a person. So if that's the case, Cody is protected. Now, if you have members of Cody Brown LLC, like, I don't know, Janelle, or Robyn, Mary, Christine, and they contributed to this business venture, which is Cody Brown LLC, and they're using funds from Cody Brown LLC to go on vacations, buy pictures and paintings and jewelry and watches and cars and houses, get the houses remodeled and shit, and all that money is coming out of our business venture. That money is to be used for the business venture, not to make your house nice and give you a lifestyle. That's misappropriation of funds. It becomes problematic. Long story long, I should say. Long story long, this is also part of the reason why it's so precarious to get involved with business dealings with your kids. Or not your kids, but your family. Your kids, your families, your sisters, your brothers, your uncles, your grandparents, or whoever. Friends. Because you go into the business, everybody has the best of intentions when the business starts. But then if the business falls apart, the business starts to struggle, or you have challenges in the business, you can fuck up your holidays. Christmas will never be the same. Somebody sitting there spending money on shit that they should be spending money on, blowing your money, wasting your money, stealing your money. You take that shit personal. Mistakes are made. Things go out of business. People are taking money and using them for the wrong thing. You feel a certain kind of way about it. So, but if you're, especially if you're doing business with your friends and your family, you want to make shit very clear. Who's doing what? How much of what are they responsible for? How much of, if business is no longer in practice or whatever, if they work for you, what does the severance look like? If they are partners with you when you dissolve the business, what's their cut? What are they walking away with? What are you walking away with? And if everybody knows that up front, it makes the breakup or the transition a lot easier all the way around. Raspberry with the $5 super chat. What are people's thoughts on the One Big House episode? I thought it was a crock because Cody would still ignore the wives and be with Robyn. I think that, thank you for the super chat, Raspberry. I think that when it comes to the One Big House episodes, it was actually a couple episodes. The first thing was, with that episode, Cody announced that he was going to run for office. He thought he was in a position to run for politics because he thought he was that popular. Mostly because guy Joe Darger, at the time, was running for mayor of a small town in Utah. And Joe Darger, he thought he had like this secret voting block of all these polygamists who were going to come out and whisk him into the mayorship. And then Cody, of course, thinking that, well, hell, I'm on TV. I'm the most famous polygamist to ever do it. So he thought that his popularity was so much stronger than Joe Darger. And if Joe Darger was going to win a seat or win an elected position, then surely Cody Brown would be able, I put my name on a ballot, I'm going to win for sure. There's no way I'm losing. Joe Darger was running in the primary, and Joe Darger came in last in that primary. He got what the French call de-fucking-stroyed. Okay. And that's not a shot at Joe Darger. One of the hardest things you can do is put your name on the ballot. I've done that. Put your name on the ballot and run for something. Different results. But put your name on the ballot, you run for something, It can be, you know, especially when you are relying on the wrong thing. In Joe Darker's case, I think he was relying too heavily on the fact that people were so hyper focused on his politic of what to do with polygamy families that if you're not answering people's questions of, okay, fine, I get the whole polygamy thing, but I also want to be able to put food on my table. I also want to be able to have a job. I also want to be able to take care of my family. What are we doing to ensure those things? Okay, it's great that, you know, everybody should be able to do that, what they want to do, and the free love, and everybody be treated a certain kind of way. That's awesome. But when I sit down and I try to figure out my bills, and I got my bill money and I got my fund money, and my bill money is low as hell because all my money go to bills, and my fund money is almost non-existent because everything I got go to paying something off. What can you do to help me with this fund money problem I got? And you say, well, we need to make sure that the polygamists are taken care of. Like, I don't give a shit, and he loses the election. Once he lost that election, then all of a sudden, that's when Cody was talking about, because Cody was determined to move to Utah. That's why Christine in season 16, season 15 going into 16, the tail end of 15, or opening parts of 16, when she was sitting on Coyote Pass, I don't understand why we're still talking about Coyote Pass. Why don't we sell this fucking land and go back to Utah? Like Cody said, that's why she was so upset at Cody when Cody was sitting there saying that I don't want to move to Utah. Now, the whole idea of the one big house, that also plays into Joe Darger, because Joe Darger's dream, because he has one house that he has his 3 wives in, they all cook in the same kitchen, they all take care of their business in that one house. His dream was to have basically the house that Cody had designed. He essentially did pull a Robyn where he stole Joe Darger's dream of having one house. His dream, Joe Darger's one house dream, the house he had built in his mind and described probably several times to Cody. Cody took that to an architect, had that architect create that house that Joe Darger probably told him about, most likely. And he wanted to build that house so that he could be the superstar of, yeah, this is what everybody want. I'm big timing. Because if you remember, and I say that because if you remember, when they moved to Las Vegas, Cody thought he was going to be the head of the Vegas branch of his church. Oh, when people come out to Vegas, they could come out and they could fellowship with us on Sundays, basically do church with us on Sundays. And if they're coming to Cody's house, which is essentially Cody's church, who's the head of the Cody's church? Cody. As the leader of his family, Cody is the head of his church. So it was a big upway. Now, what would have happened if they would have moved into the big house? Again, you're right. You're 100% right. When they moved into that house, everything that happened would have happened. He just would have spent his time over there at Robyn's house. Christine pretty much said so. Like, I don't want to move into one big house because I'm not going to sit here and watch a functioning marriage over there knowing full well that my marriage ain't working. So that's where that idea came from. Now, here's the other part of that, though. Here's the other part of that. They ain't never have enough money to build that damn house. That shit wasn't real. That wasn't real. That was never going to happen. Because the house that big, I think I talked about it last week. At one point, if they were to build that house on Coyote Pass, first, you have to get the land developed. First you got to pay the land off. Because before that man would have let them redo anything to where they'd have to rezone some of the lots and all that. In order for them to do that, they'd have to pay the land off. So that's 100% payoff for the land. Then you have to have the land developed, meaning you have to run electricity, water, sewer, all that shit has to be run to the property, right? And I don't know where on that property, because I see some houses in the area, so it's not like you running that shit from town or whatever. Like, you'd have to run it from wherever they are. But the way the roads look like they're developed, it doesn't look like there's anything like directly across from Coyote Pass that they can leech off of as far as run lines from, as far as the trunk. So you'd have to run all those lines all the way up that hill, all the way to whatever property you have. Then you have to develop it. You have to remediate all those sick, it's not coyotes, but they have a sick, something up there is sick as hell. They got rabies and shit. That's why when they went out there initially, the realtor was like, don't let your babies play in the dirt because the dirt will make them sick. They can get sick. Because there's some up there with rabies and stuff. That'll make you sick as hell. So you have to get all that remediated because they'll never get the zoning to build anything until that gets taken care of. They ain't gonna let you build no sick soil. It ain't happening. So that's not happening. So you have that. Then you'd have to pay to have the house built. Now, I did the math on it before using the square footage on what they call for the square footage. You're looking at a 17,000 square foot house. That was the size of the house that Cody was going to build. That's a mansion. That's a real legit, 100% guaranteed, full-blown, big-ass mansion. A mansion typically will be described as a house between 6,000 and 8,000 square feet. This house would have been double that. Plus, it would have been more than double that. So you're looking at basically building 2 mansions on that lot. They ain't got 2 mansion money. There ain't no 2 mansion money. They would have worked them women to death trying to build that damn house. And they never would have been able to afford it. Because it would have cost them about $2 million, I think $2.5 million. And that's like budget money. You know what I mean? $2.5 million just for the house. And so by the time they got done, they probably spending closer to $3 to $3.5 million just to get everything that they need done in order to do, plus the zoning and everything else that they would have to pay for, the inspections and all that. That would have been $3.5 million. So basically, if you'd have built that house, they would have been building that house for somebody else. In addition to that, depending on the lease restrictions, the title restrictions, because I know they had some title restrictions that they tried to get knocked off, but there's title restrictions and there's also ordinances, city ordinances. And from my understanding, the ordinances that they have on up there in Coyote Pass, because they're not trying to turn that into a resort area or whatever, there might be restrictions as far as that, because the type of house that he would build, the only thing that it could really be used for, if you aren't going to use it for a polygamist household, is it would be suited to be rented out. It'd be an investment property, because the way they would have each of the houses divided, you could rent those houses out to people and try to turn that into a rental property. That's the best case scenario, but they didn't have that money. Like, even in the best possible, I don't think they have that money now. They didn't have that money, and that's with all their properties and stuff. They don't have that money now. Like, that's a lot of money, and just to pour it in one place. I saw some super chat. Oh, here we go. Lizzie B. To our super chat, thank you so much. It worked in theory, but not in reality. That's right. That one house thing, that shit was never gonna work. And even if they could have built it, like hit the lottery, or they start selling blood, plasma. They're out there selling plasma and shit. Cody's out there selling sperm, making more babies. Even if they could have got in there, the housing dynamic and the housing disparity was there. Because even the way they had the houses built and the way he described it, Robyn was still sitting in there with almost 2 times more house than everybody else. Mary had the smallest house. And that never would have worked. Mary was not signing up for that shit. Oh, wow. Thank you, Lori Cried. $20 super chat. Thank you, James, for this community and for the laughs. I've been ill and love you all. You all brought in a lot of light. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for supporting the community. And thanks for hanging out with us and enjoying your time here. You guys, the chat is always on fire. A lot of what happens on the channel is because of the chat. Because they keep folks entertained. Sometimes I'll be going on my little ranty rants, and I'll be looking over like, oh, that's funny. But thank you so much. Yeah, but the one house deal, that was a pipe dream. That shit was a straight up pipe dream. That was never going to happen. And I'm glad it didn't happen. You know, for the most part, because all it would have did was, it would have, part of the challenge that you have when you're in a situation like Robyn, Kody, and the sister wives, like all of them, is that they make enough money right now to where they could really damage themselves. They could financially ruin themselves. They make enough money where you can do some shit that actually hurts. It's kind of like when you win the, you hear about people who play the lottery and they win the jackpot, right? Before they win the jackpot, they're broke as hell, right? They don't have two nickels to rub together. They bumming cigarettes off people. Yo, man, got smoke? I can't afford no smoke. Cigarettes, shit. You got to take out loans. If you don't smoke now, don't start smoking. Cigarettes cost a fortune, right? That's one habit I never picked up. Well, a few habits I never picked up, but that's definitely one habit I had no interest in picking up. But I'm glad I didn't, because cigarettes cost a clean fortune. Like, it's insane how much some shits cost. You know, the coffin nails cost. But you start out with that, and you don't have any money, you're broke as hell, you go buy a lottery ticket, and all of a sudden you're a multi-millionaire. Now, because you're a millionaire, you have people who are willing to lend you money and give you opportunities that you didn't have available to you when you were broke as hell, right? You were so broke, you couldn't pay attention, so nobody was trying to give you a car loan, a house loan, a mortgage, none of that shit, right? But now, because you win the lottery, you have all this money that people are dying to give you. People want to give you money. They call you up, hey man, you need some money? I got some money for you. You want some money? I got some. I'll drop it off this afternoon, right? And it puts you in a situation where there are people who went into the lottery, broke as hell. They were in debt, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 in credit card debt, or they owed money on their house. They hit the lottery. All of a sudden, they big timing. They waste the money. They blow the opportunity. They squander their money away. And then by the time they get back to broke, they go from maybe owing $5,000, $10,000 in credit card debt to now they owe $500,000. They owe somebody $2-3 million. They got a $3 million loan on them, or a judgment against them for the house they bought, the mansion they bought. So you're in a worse situation. When I see these guys, if they would have bought that house, it would have put them in such a financial strait. Especially with, during the time that they were talking about buying a house, the reason why they sold their houses, and we're going to keep it all the way a stack. Part of the reason why they sold their houses in Las Vegas, in my opinion, is because of the type of loan that they had in Las Vegas. They had the adjustable rate mortgages where they were just paying the interest on the houses. They weren't paying for they weren't paying on a conventional loan. You'll be paying your principal and you'll be paying mortgage. So if you borrow $400,000, when you're paying for the privilege of borrowing the money in the form of interest, and you're paying down the $400,000. That's a conventional loan. In an adjustable rate mortgage loan, or ARM, or what they call a balloon mortgage, you're only paying for the privilege of borrowing the money, the interest rate. But you still owe at the end of the term, when you run through your mortgage. Usually they give them the 3 to 5 years for those adjustable rate mortgages. At the end of that term, you've only paid the interest on the loan. You haven't paid anything else. So you start off the loan, you borrow the $400,000 so you could borrow it, you pay them money each month. Then at the end of the 3 to 5 years, when that loan comes due, you owe them $400,000 for that house. And then you have to decide whether you're going to take out another loan, or whether you're going to get a conventional loan, roll it into a conventional loan. And the Brown family, this is my belief, they opted to sell the houses so that way they can get out of the loans, right? So they don't have to deal with the loans anymore. That's why he was talking about, we have to do something. This is precedent. We got to do something, because it doesn't make sense. If you have a conventional loan over the course of 15, usually it's 30 years. If you have a 30-year loan on these houses, you already own the house. You had the houses built the way you want them. You're all in the community together. Forget the one house shit and all the stuff that Robyn was talking about. Right? If you want to move to Arizona with Dayton because he's going to school and you want to nursemaid his ass, you go to Dayton. We stay here. right? That makes sense to me. But part of the reason why they sold them is because of the type of loan they had. So you did that, and it doesn't make sense to me that if you didn't have enough money to purchase those homes in Las Vegas, that you would think that you could go back and purchase a mega mansion that would be worth, I think for those 3 houses, they paid $400 a piece, for those, roughly about $400,000 a piece for those houses. That's $1.6 million. So now you're going to pay $2.5 to $3 million, 2.5, anywhere from $2.5 million just to have the houses built, but probably closer to $3 million to $3.5 million with everything that you need to have done. So you've almost doubled, if not tripled, close to tripled what you paid for the houses in Vegas. You're going to do that in Arizona, and you couldn't afford to do it in Vegas. That's why your ass is in Arizona. And you know what I mean? And they'd already talked about canceling the show, which is them taking a pay cut, which is also part of the reason why I think they sold the house in Vegas. So they had to take a pay cut because they were talking about canceling the show. That's when Cody renegotiated the money down. And so they had they did that. They were never going to be able to afford to buy that house. Yeah, YouTube is my time machine. She said, Cody's in there. Yeah, it was just bad decision. Like, watching that shit was painful. Yep. They would have to have the dirt decontaminated. Yeah. They'd have to rework that land. Like, you have to develop it. That's the thing. Like, it's not just buying a land. Like, there's a guy I watch sometimes on YouTube. He's down in Louisiana. And he talks about purchasing, like, real estate and property and stuff. And, one of the things that he talked about is something that, for those who don't know, like, it's not enough to just buy land. Like, I'm going to go out to the wilderness and I'm going to buy this plot of land. I'm going to get 50 acres. It'll be amazing. I'm going to spend $5,000. Part of the reason why the price point is what the price point is because if you look around, there ain't shit around you. And so you're going to be completely off the grid. Like, you are off the grid living at that point. You might as well just roll a trailer up. Because that'll be the only way you're going to get electricity on that mother. Because there's nothing around you. And if there's nothing around you, they have to run it to your house. And if they can't run it to your house, you're going to get screwed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so much money. Rocky BB with the $5 super chat. I think the prairie dogs, thank you. Yes, hantavirus, which is really scary. How did Robyn and Cody and Robyn freak out about COVID, but not hantavirus, idiots? Thank you. That's an excellent point. I never put it in that context, but you're absolutely right. How do you guys go nuts? I had the COVID. I almost died. And you got coyotes out there sick as hell. Like, anytime here's your first clue. Like I said, if you go somewhere and the lady who wants to sell you the house because she wants this fat ass mortgage, this fat ass commission, because she was making a crazy commission off that Coyote Pass bullshit, right? And she's like, the lady who's going to make this fortune, the small fortune off of this commission, and she's like, get your kids out the dirt because they're going to get sick. Get them out the dirt. That is... Look, the only thing that's worse than that is if they would have went to like this big ass scary house and the chick was like, look, we got to be here before it get dark. Or that man with the man in the closet going to come out and kill everybody. That's the only thing. Well, what's this? That's a chalk outline from where the guy came and thought that the people here owed him money. Well, I mean, they caught him? No, they didn't catch him. He thinks they didn't get everybody, so he'll probably be back. Anyway, would you like to see the bathroom? Hell no. Get the baby, let's go. Yeah, I mean. Sunday Carol. Campbell said, thank you so much, Rocky BB. Said didn't Robyn just kick the prairie? Robyn be out there drop kicking prairie dogs. Dogs that eat ass. And that's what I mean. Like, I don't, like, it's just bad. It got to the point where, in fairness, and this is just the thing about like lottery stuff. Like, if I've always said, like, lottery will get crazy, and they'll be like, yeah, it's $1 billion, $1.5 billion, money and whatever. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna play that shit. Like, the truth of the matter, I've played it before. Like, you're going to be like, oh, shits and giggles. The truth of the matter is, winning that money will be the scariest shit you could ever do. That could be the worst thing that could ever happen to you. Why? Because in order for you to have that kind of money, you have to know how to have that kind of money. Like, that's a skill. Like, being rich is a skill. I know it sounds crazy to say that. Being rich is a skill. It's a full-on skill. Like, you have to know where to put your money, how to put your money, how to keep track of your money, who to put your money with. Because it's not like if you have $1 billion, it's not like you can go down to the Wells Fargo and just put it in a checking account. Like, that's some shit because that only covers you for $250. So you have to put it in a place where your money is safe and it's actually making money, and then that goes into investments. And then who do you trust to do the investments? Because anybody you have doing your investments, they could be stealing money from you. So you got to be watching everybody, and then the people who hang out with you got to be watching them. The people you cool with, who used to be your friends, and people you came up with and struggled with, you got to watch their ass. It's a lot of stuff going on, and it's a lot of figuring out, and the things that you have to figure out how to do this. So there's a skill set involved. With Brown family, they found themselves in a situation where they were struggling financially, and then they were given the gift or the opportunity to do this show, and then they don't necessarily have the skills or resources to be able to navigate the financial world that they find themselves in, and it becomes a lot more difficult. So they start to make what you would call like big time decisions and big time mistakes. Yeah, Tina Cook, Wells Fargo, damn sure would take your money. Every time I turn around, Wells Fargo got a lawsuit about somebody opening up accounts or diverting money somewhere where they shouldn't be diverting money. They've had that a few times. They had to pay people out. So, yeah, Wells Fargo is probably not the best place to put your money ever. Like, even if you got $3, certainly not $3 billion. Yeah, Rachel. I used to work at Wells, finding mortgages that went wrong. Got some families, some fat checks, but Wells hated my whole department. I'm sure they did. Like, gee, giving money away. Here we are working hard to steal that money, and she just gonna give it back. Thinking she's a good person. Yeah, you gotta watch it, man. I'm telling you, like, that shit is crazy. Like, you gotta watch everybody when you doing that stuff. Like, if I hit that kind of money, I wouldn't want anybody to know. Like, straight up. There's some places, like, I hear there's some states where, because initially I was like, I wouldn't want to even go, just scrapping. Hey, I didn't see you in there. Hey, how you doing? One of the things that I've always said was that if I ever hit that kind of money, I want to go there. I wouldn't want to take pictures at all. I just want to go get my check and then be out. You want to get the picture done? Fuck no. I ain't trying to get kidnapped. You know what I mean? I want people to know I got that kind of money, you nuts. People know how much money you got. If you hit that kind of money, people will know better about what's in your bank account than you do. So I'm good. I don't know. No. And there was one guy. He had lived in a state where if you won the lottery, in order for you to claim your money, you have to agree to take the picture. Like, you have to publicize that you won the money, and you have to show up and then sign a big ass check and all that. This dude, my spirit animal, this motherfucker, he showed up wearing one of them Scream costumes, head to toe. Like, he was standing with the big black, robe on, and he had the Scream mask and the hoodie up. You couldn't tell what he was. Like, whether he was, you knew he was a tall dude, but you couldn't tell whether he was white, black, Asian. You didn't know what this guy was. You didn't know what he looked like, none of that. And I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly how I want to do it. But aside from that, if you ever hit that kind of money, this is what I always say. If you ever hit that kind of money, you always want to take it out in the annuity, unless you know that you're going to die in the next year, 2 years, so you want to get it all. But aside from that, especially if you're a young person, take it out in the annuity. That way you have the opportunity to go broke a couple times. You have an opportunity to make some mistakes, and you know a check is coming to bail your ass out. So you have a check, and as you get more knowledge, get more information about how to invest, where to put your money at, how to properly invest your money, you can do those things. What's the best way for you what you can buy, what you shouldn't buy with your money, how you should buy it, what corporations you should form, if you should put it in a revocable trust or irrevocable trust and have the money go there so it's managed by somebody else, so that way you have a legacy that you can pass down to your kids. There's a lot of stuff that you want to figure out before you get the money. And my whole thing is that I would want to figure that out before I hit that kind of money. And even if I did figure it out, I still wouldn't want nobody to know I did it. I would want to be the guy that show up to the family reunion, rich as all get out. Like, rich as the day is long, right? I would show up in my little Honda Accord. I might even have a Honda Civic. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even get like the top end of the domestic car. I get like a little sedan car, like a Honda Accord or whatever. Pull up in my little Honda Accord, listen to people's problems, and then I would pay a guy to give them opportunities or give them the loans or the money or whatever that they need, like a miracle in disguise. Like all of a sudden this guy goes, "Hey, you want to? Here's some money for you." You know, I went home and I was an envelope or whatever. You know, I want to be that guy. You know what I mean? I'd always said one of my fantasies is to have the kind of money where you could go to a really nice restaurant and you're sitting there and you eating your meal or whatever, and you see a young couple and there's little story time, little James's fantasies. You sit like I'm sitting there at a table and I see that there's a young couple and you know they dressed up and you could tell that you know the guy's kind of nervous and he proposes to his girlfriend or his wife, you know, or his fiance, soon to be fiance. In my fantasy, if I had that kind of money, I would call a waiter over and I would say, "Look, whatever they order is on me. Don't tell them I'm doing anything, and when you go to take them the bill, just tell them that their bill is paid for. Everything is taken care of. And don't, you know, if you point me out, I'll never see my ass. Don't you point me out, you son of a bitch." But I wouldn't want the recognition. In fact, I would probably just pay my tab and leave, right? And I would do stuff like that, like just, you know, but I wouldn't want anybody to know that I had that kind of money, ever. Because money, the thing about it is, even with Cody and the family or whatever, in this situation, money doesn't just change you, right? Because when you have that kind of money and you have that kind of opportunity, there's a possibility it'll allow you to become the type of person that you are. It only enhances who you are. It gives you the ability and the freedom to do the things that you want to do that sometimes you were restrained from doing because you needed people and you needed money. Now all of a sudden you don't need folks and you don't need money and you don't need this job, so you go to work and you cussing everybody out. You know what I mean? But with all that being said, money doesn't just change you and how you approach things by allowing you to be the person that you are. It also changes everybody around you. And that's one of the things that I would always be concerned about. Like even with Cody and these guys, like I'm sure that they have to be careful about who they hang out with and who you bring into your friend circle. Because you always have to ask the question of, are they here for me or are they here for the money? Are they my friend or are they my bank account's friend? And when you have that kind of money, especially if you hit the lottery or you're on TV or you're in these type of shows, people might assume that you have a certain thing, but they don't really take into account what you have as far as your bank account is concerned. They don't know what you have. They just know what the number was on the machine. So when they walk by, they say, "Oh, this guy won $1 billion." They don't recognize that the government and the taxes are going to take all half of that right off rip. If you take all your money, that's another thing. If you take all your money in a lump sum versus an annuity, if you take it in an annuity, they tax you on what you bring in as far as your income on the annuity. So you wind up paying out less taxes over the course of the time. If you take it out in a lump sum, they're taking at least half of your shit right off top. They're taking half of everything. And so at least half of everything. Right, because you're in a different tax bracket. Plus, you at that point you have zero tax credits, zero tax breaks at all, because nothing is set up. So you getting robbed at that point. No, well, not robbed. You paying taxes. You paying real taxes. And so when that happens, you're down 500,000 to 500 million, but everybody still thinks you're a billionaire. It's like the guys who play sports or acting or whatever. Like when you get your contract, the contract come out and say, "Oh, this guy's getting $300,000 or $1 million for this movie," but then you take out half for the taxes. But then you also have to take out 20% for his agent. Then you have to take out another 20% for his manager. Then you have to take out 10% for his agent. Then you have to take out maybe another 5 to 10% for his lawyer. And so by the time you get finished, and they're not taking 5 and 10. They're not taking 5, 10, and 20% off of the money that you have left after you get taxes. They're taking out the 5, 10, and 20 out of your money from when you got that shit. Like, so your big money. So they're taking 10% of $1 million. They're taking 20% of $1 million. So by the time you get done, they taking more than half your money. That shit hurts. Been there, done that. That shit hurts. Like you looking at your check like, well, how much am I getting paid? For what? Oh shit. Then you start paying everybody out, paying taxes, paying everybody out. You're like, God damn. Uncle Sam got more money than I did. And I didn't see that motherfucker at work at all. You know what I mean? I didn't see Uncle Sam. He didn't show up for 1 second and that worked. It's a rough piece though. And that's kind of where I think Cody and them were, because they get lost in the sauce with having the money and being on TV. And the sad part is that because people see you on TV, they assume you got money too. You know, and sometimes you don't have no money. Like, you just famous. You ain't rich and famous. Would you rather be rich or would you rather be famous? Lizzie B with a $5 super chat. Someone won the lottery, made an LLC in Delaware, and when they tried to figure out who won, they couldn't, because it was okay, because now it was a company. That is smart. Okay, so yeah, I'm all right, Lizzie B. Now, if I hit the lotto, it's gonna be LLC like a mug. Lucky Day LLC. You know that's me. Look for Lucky Day LLC. And you'll know I hit the lottery for sure. You'll know, as much as like, I was going to tell nobody. You know I hit the lottery for sure if you see me on the beach like, hey, got MyTakeOnReality, y'all. I'm going to keep the channel. I don't give a shit. Because I have too much fun, don't I? Hey, it's Grammy. What's going on? It's me, Grammy. I use partner money to create a place to help individuals and families dealing with TBIs and narcissism abuse. Equine therapy. Yeah. That's actually a good idea. I do like equine therapy. Equine therapy is really good for people suffering from PTSD too. Like horses, they help you. Raspberry, $5 super chat. Christine was smart to get out. Mary and Janelle are holding the land division to account. Is Cody using the land division mess to control Robyn? Right now, as it stands, as far as Robyn is concerned, Cody is screwed. Like he's fucked and he doesn't even know it. Or he does know it. I think Cody does know it. Because I've heard before from some other folks who are more in tune to what's going on in the inner workings of the Brown family, that Robyn actually, a couple years before Christine had actually left, Cody had started trying to approach Robyn about her spending habits. And the family, Christine and Janelle, were talking to, I know it was Christine and Janelle, were talking to Cody and Robyn about what they were putting out as far as the family was concerned, like spending money on things that weren't family related and misappropriation of funds, basically. And at that time, Robyn had threatened to divorce Cody, or at least that's my understanding. She had threatened to divorce Cody and told him that she would break him, like financially destroy him. And the truth of the matter is that she understands divorce as much as everybody else. Like, they sit around and pretend that they're naive and they don't understand, and they talk all that shit about we're all one family, and divorces, this family doesn't, marriage doesn't mean anything, it's all about paperwork. But they understand what the hell it is. They know what it is. That's also part of the reason why Janelle was so upset when she had heard that Mary was going to divorce. Mary was talking about divorcing Cody or whatever and letting Robyn marry. That's why Janelle was so upset and said, she had told that story about, I'm just thinking about the taxes. Ha 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 ha. She knew that Robyn was going to be the one. So if something were to happen to Cody, that everything that belonged to Cody, everything that was in Cody's name would be Robyn's. Period. It doesn't matter how much money the other wives contributed to Cody. That shit would be considered a gift. That's gifts. Like, and it's messed up. Like that's why, I won't say I'm against polygamy, but that's why I'm against the idea of falling into the trap of the definition that they use to describe their families, because it's not reflective of the legal situation that you find yourself in when you're in these polygamous marriages. So if they were to get divorced, again, Robyn would be entitled to half of whatever Cody had. For instance, if they were living in the Lehigh house, and the Lehigh house was in Cody's name, Cody and Mary's name, I think that's how it worked. The Lehigh house was in Cody and Mary's name. If Cody and Mary get divorced, and then Mary signs the house over to Cody, because, Cody's the head of the family. He's the patriarch, and he has to make sure that all the kids have a say and all the wives can reach into the house. And if something happens to him, the house can be divided up equally. That's the story he tells. That's the story he would tell, because that's the story that he tells now about Cody passed. So if he said that, and Mary or Robyn came in and she marries Cody, then if something happens to Cody, that's Robyn's house. That's not the other wives' houses, but based on the agreement that they have, none of that shit matters, because real estate, it has to be in writing. It has to be in writing. If Robyn decides she no longer wants to participate in this marriage or this relationship anymore, and she decides to leave, and they're married, she's entitled to half of that house. She's entitled to half of it. So she'll walk out with half of the house, even though the other three wives are living in it with their kids. And that's just, and she could technically, Robyn could, and here's the jacked up part about it. In that scenario, like excusing a Vegas situation, but if they never got to Vegas, they were living in the Lehigh house, Robyn lives around the corner in a rental. The other three wives are living in the Lehigh house. If Robyn is the legal wife, Cody's name is on the deed for that house. If she divorces Cody, she gets half that house. This is part of the reason why, for me, a lot of the, even everybody, in the early on in the polygamy propaganda program, they would talk about, it's just a freedom. I should have the freedom to do what I want to do and live my life the way I want to live my life and blah, blah, blah. The problem I have is that when the relationship doesn't work, how do you equitably divide the property so that everybody who contributed to the life and lifestyle of the couple, of the family, is able to walk away with their fair share. And in this situation, based on our laws as they are laid out now, they are not conducive for people like Janelle, like Christine. And, after Mary was divorced, like a Mary. Our laws are designed to support that union, that marital union. So for Kody marries Robyn, Robyn is entitled to everything, half of everything that Kody has, if not more. And that's where I have an issue with it. So that's why I say that it's a hard thing, and because I understand Janelle's position when she said the women should have a right, and blah, blah. I get that, and I agree with her to a point that they, if it was even, and if women did have power in these relationships, then a lot of the guys getting up decided they just gonna get up and walk out wouldn't exist. Who's the spirit animal? I think that would be a thing that they could definitely benefit from. I just don't know how it would work. I don't know how it would work. I understand how it works if looking at the Brown family and the Brown family construct, that the OG3 were there originally, and then Robyn came in. She didn't want to work. She doesn't work. She doesn't have a job. The only work she did was for the TV show, which is what they all participated in. And they helped to set the platform. They were using the OG13 kids as the backdrop for a lot of the family and the family drama. They used the hell out of Janelle's kids, because anytime there was a disagreement amongst the kids, like bad kids stuff or whatever, they used Janelle's kids as that example. I get that. But, how do you divide things? And that's where it becomes unfair. That's where it becomes so hurtful, and that's where it becomes unfair. But that's my take, guys. So I wonder if you can have a prenup for a spiritual marriage. Technically, it wouldn't be a prenup; it'd just be a contract. I guess the way that I in my machinations, and I could be wrong. But in my mind, if you come up with something where, especially if you have real property, like a real estate, how you title the property, who you title it to, and how you divide it amongst that title. Like if you have an agreement, then you could write it out. I'm sure you could write it out. But let's be honest, most of these guys, even Cody, as much shit as he talked about, like everybody having a fair say and everybody being equal and everybody being on the same plane and these marriages don't mean nothing. The truth of the matter is, this is what I was saying earlier about making sure that you have the agreement in place while everybody is in that good mood. Everybody is happy. Early on, when you guys first get together and everybody's excited, that's the time to hammer out that agreement. Because when, he was talking that good shit, if you want to leave, your happiness is the most important thing. This is not a cage. This relationship, you're not held here. Nobody's a prisoner. Nobody is responsible for anything else. You have to be responsible for yourself, and you can go anytime you want. The minute they just said, okay, fine, I want to leave. The second they said that, he was like, well, you leave with nothing. You leave with the clothes on your backs. You leave with the rags that you're wearing now. Because he wasn't trying to play that shit. And that's part of the problem, is that, when you're dealing with people like that, they don't want to, everybody's, when they don't think you're going to leave, then yeah, you can take whatever you want. Go take the TV. I don't care. I don't watch it anyway. The second you go, hey, I got to watch my shows. You have a problem. So, yeah, no. Make sure you get that, Make sure you get that in. Maxine B, what's up? How you doing? Coming in from the UK, United Kingdom, up in the house. That's why we worldwide, baby. But yeah, that's why I say this and it's just a weird thing, because the truth of the matter is that even to your point, Savannah Godkin, thanks for that post, the contribution, push them down the shelf. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get to court and you start telling the judge, well, Your Honor, we have a spiritual marriage. Excuse me? We have a spiritual marriage. The fuck? What are you talking about? Well, we went to church and we've decided to commit to one another. We're going to be one family. Okay. Well, now that the relationship is breaking apart, I think that we should all decide on how you're going to divide our property. Well, no. And the court ain't going to get involved with that shit because it's too hard. Oh, thank you, Julie. Look, PJ, where you at? That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying from the beginning. Rachel. Yeah, Cody's even on Mary Janelle's Cody property land. Yeah. And I don't think that shit is by mistake. Why is his name appearing on their property? It don't have to be. Oh, I gotta make sure my kids are taken care of. If you were looking out for your kids, the big picture, you looking out for your kids to make sure your kids are taken care of. You don't think that their moms are going to give them their land? You don't think that their moms are going to? That's the only way, in my mind, you have the ability to divide the land and the property up so that each one of your wives or each one of your children's mothers at this point have property in their name. That property would always devolve or be inheritable become part of your estate, which would make their kids the primary inheritors of that estate. Tired. Sorry. My mind is tripping. But trying to think of 3-4 things at once. But they would be the ones who receive that property. So if you want to make sure your kids are taken care of as far as the property division of your property, instead of you leaving it all to one woman and letting her decide who gets what, let the mothers have their property so that they can pass that on to their kids. It has nothing to do with Cody, but it's about his money. It's about his mindset. It's about his bottom line. He's using his kids as an excuse in order for him to maintain some power and control and some semblance of valuation as far as these women are concerned, so that he can get their property as well. And by him doing that, he's making them vulnerable to fall victim to a greedy wife who may say, if something were to happen to him, I want that property for me. I want that property for my kids. I'm tired of doing this. If I can get my house, plus I can get a couple plots at Cody Pass, if we get kicked off this show, I can take and sell some of that Cody Pass land and be able to maintain my McMansion property separate from Cody and separate from the show. You don't think she would do that? I think she would do that. Rachel, I don't care that James is probably not also a lawyer. I want James to be my family lawyer. Doesn't even matter if he doesn't know statutes. Just spit that fire. Thank you for the confidence. We'll both go down in flames. I worked in the legal field for a while. I did work in the legal field for a while. I'm not a lawyer, but I did work in the legal field for a while. Professional there. But that's why I would make the strong recommendation. You need a lawyer. I know enough to know that you need a lawyer. Like that shit, there's some things you definitely want to do, and having that agreement for your like I said, how you're going to divide that land up, especially when you got other people tied in and looped in and all that other stuff. You want to make sure that that shit is crystal clear. Who gets what, who contributes what, who's paying for what, how much each person is paying, how much each person is putting in, and how much each person is getting out. You want that crystal clear. Forget all that family fun stuff. Because all that happened when they were running a family fund, all that happened was Janelle, Christina, and Mary got screwed. That's all that happened. I mean, they kept putting in, and Cody and Robyn kept taking out. And I think that part of the like the artwork and the watches and a lot of the jewelry that they were wearing actually comes from them taking from the family account and trying to put it in other places. That's the feeling I get. Like when I first saw that Rachel, James, I only studied law long enough to know that you don't want to be a lawyer. You're right about that. That shit is crazy. That's how I got involved with law. So I'm gonna be a lawyer. Well, I was like, no, I don't want to be a lawyer. Especially you work around enough of them, you work with enough of them. Like, this ain't what I want to do. I don't want to be like you guys. But that's what I was saying. Like with the purchase of a lot of that artwork. When they were saying that the artwork, I think that some of that artwork was purchased as a way to hide or deceive some of that money, for them to divert the money, so that way they take the funds from the Cody Brown LLC. You purchase things with it for yourself in your name, so you purchase those things. So you create receipts of when you purchase those things. Oh, I bought that artwork with my money. I bought the Dickens stuff with my money. I didn't use that. I used my checks from TLC. And I just used the Cody Brown LLC money. That went towards like home expenses or whatever lie or story they tell. And that's why you want that shit to be clear. And they should have, like, even if you have, like I said, Janelle, she had some financial experience and she was doing the accounting work. You guys needed, once you hit like 6 figures in your account, and you had access to that kind of money coming into your LLC or whatever, you needed to get a CPA. At that point, you need somebody to come in there and actually thoroughly go through the books. You know, it's well worth the money because, you know, I've been in a lot of different situations in my life. But there's a difference between having somebody who does your taxes and having an accountant. You know what I mean? Like, you go to H&R Block, you go to Jackson Hewitt, hell, you go to TurboTax. You have somebody who does your taxes. You're doing your taxes, you have somebody who does your taxes. If you have an accountant not only will do your taxes, but they will tell you the best way for you to be able to save money, you know, from this tax return that you're doing this year, but they'll also be able to advise you on things that you can do for your next coming years and things that you can look forward to doing, or maybe even tax breaks, tax credits, or tax, like, you take advantage of tax loopholes that may exist in your situation. You know, and they can give you advice. They can tell you, like, oh, take this money. If you get money back, take this money and invest it in such and such. Or take this money and put it aside. Or you owe money. This is how next year you can put yourself in a situation where you owe less money. Or, you know, or you can put yourself in a situation where you don't owe anything, where your shit is a wash. They needed an accountant. They need an accountant. And I get Janelle, you know, I'm not throwing shade at Janelle, but if she's not a full accountant, you needed somebody in there doing accountant work. And they could go back and say, okay, what was this money taken out for? And they can do an accounting, and he could be culpable. He could find himself culpable for his decisions as far as the finances were concerned. But he can, you know, you have somebody going through your books, and they can take into account, like, okay, well, I don't understand why you spent this month, you know, you spent $300 on electricity, but then you're saying that you had a $5,000 or $20,000 home expense. What was that for? And they ask you the question because they're trying to figure out how they can get what for what. You know, if there's a tax cut or maybe there's a tax benefit to you doing it. And you say, oh, because we bought some paintings. Okay, yeah, but that's not for business. And it can also, like, especially when you're dealing with that kind of money, it can keep you from making mistakes. And the kind of mistakes that want land your ass in jail. So if they did do what I think they did with the buying the paintings or whatever with the Cody Brown LLC money that was actually supposed to be used as a family fund to benefit the family and or to help with business expenses because they need a nice place to film, and you can write some of that shit off, I'm sure. Those things, but instead you're buying like paintings and jewelry and expensive watches, and Cody has like 3-4 convertible cars now, and the motorcycles and the little scooters and all that stuff. You're buying that under Cody Brown LLC. It's not free money. That money has to be accounted for. And you can find yourself in a situation where you can actually get in trouble for tax evasion and all kinds of stuff. So it's not just a thing where they should get an account because it'll help with keeping track of Cody Brown, which it does, and they should have did it for that reason. But it also could create a situation where it could protect them from making any type of mistake. Because last thing you want to do is go to the guy who does your taxes or your accountant, and he tells you at the end of the year, like, shit, you didn't pay taxes on this? Or what did you do with that money? Oh, yeah. If we don't come up with this amount, and I don't have a check to send to the IRS by this day, by tax day, you're going to jail. You understand? That's a conversation you don't want to have. Like, forget that shit. You're going to jail. But I didn't know. I was confused. I thought because I had the LLC. Then the IRS don't give a shit. Uncle Sam, this Uncle Sam money. Uncle Sam put your ass in jail. I don't think it's fair. Uncle Sam don't give a shit what you think is fair. You know what I mean? What is this? Look, you know Robyn has never spent wood in her life, let alone a whole damn tree. Well, different wood, after all, Cody is his best is her best customer. Yeah, we talking about low. Robyn knows all about that wood. She's a woodsman. She knows all about how to work that wood. Jen's going strong tonight. Hope he got a nap early. Not a baby girl. I still believe Cody is going to be hit by the IRS. That's a possibility. Like, could you imagine? I'm telling you, like, how many of these people want to, because it's a lot of money to be fucking around with. I'm sorry to be cussing, but I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Because if you don't know how to, like, because especially if you do shows like TLC, and the way you get paid from productions is different than how you get paid, say, if you have a regular W-2, right? The way, like, the pay periods are different. So instead of you getting paid, like, if you're doing a TV show like this, I can imagine they're not getting paid weekly. They probably get paid quarterly. There's a possibility they get paid quarterly, meaning that you work 3 months and then you get paid at the end of the month. You could be getting paid semi-annually, or you could be getting paid annually. So you get paid every 3, 6, or yearly. So at the end of the year, you get like a fat ass check, and you got to figure it out. You know what I mean? That's how football players and basketball players get paid. Like, they get paid like that. So, like, during the season, you can have a check. You know, I had a buddy, he played for the NFL. And he said that the quarterback, I want to say the quarterback's name. He played for the Colts. And he said went to the lockers, and like you go to lockers and the check will be in there, and Back in the day when they had paper checks. The quarterback pull his check out, it'd be millions of dollars on the check, like on the check stub or whatever, because he had that shit put in. It'd be millions of dollars on the check stub for a week, like they get paid weekly. But that when you stop playing for the season, your check stop, and that's where a lot of the like the linemen and the other guys who play on the football team, if they're trying to hang out with the wide receivers, you're trying to hang out with the quarterbacks especially, you don't make their kind of money. So what'll happen is you'll burn through your money hanging out with them or just going crazy, buying a whole bunch of stuff, have a big entourage and all that stuff, going to the bar, trying to buy the bar out. And then by the end of the season, from the end of the season to preseason, you don't have any money coming in. And you have to figure it out. So you have to learn to budget yourself properly so that you have money when you don't have money coming in. And it's the same thing with some of these TLC shows or some of these reality shows. If they're relying on these reality shows 100% and they don't have any other money coming in, shit get tight. It can get tight quick. So you have to be able to, it really helps if you hire somebody, an accountant, to come in and help you with making sure that your money and your investments are working the way that they are so that you can maximize your money as it's coming in. Otherwise, you are going to get destroyed. Especially, like I said, your taxes are different because you get so much money at one time and you have to figure out like how much money are you making? Are you dividing this check up into 5 different things? Are you saying it's one thing? Or how are you dividing this money up? The individual taxes on this show, each person, if they're making close to like $400,000 or $500,000 a season, you divide that up between 5 people. That's $100,000 a year. If you don't have your tax credits and your your write-off stuff, stuff you can write off for taxes. If you don't have that lined up properly, then you're going to get destroyed at the end of the year. You're in a different tax bracket. So you can go from being in one tax bracket to where you're getting a tax return to being in another tax bracket where at the end of the year, you got to stroke out a check. And that check is going to hurt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you think it's bad when you get your paycheck. And you look at that like, damn, Uncle Sam, you had to do me like that. It's one thing. But when you get, damn, Uncle Sam, you had to do me like that. And at the end of the year, Uncle Sam come over like, you ain't done. You know what I mean? That shit hurts. It hurts like hell. So you want to make sure you take care of that. But that's one of the things that like really struck me. Yeah, but you know what, guys, I'm gonna have to let you guys go because otherwise people gonna hate my guts tomorrow. Be like, James, that son of a bitch. I'm supposed to be up at 7:30. It's now 10:20. My boss called me 5 times. It told me, where you at? You coming in? I haven't seen you. Have you called? What you doing? Did you quit? Yeah, be so late the boss think you quit the job. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like a lot of this stuff, I just, I get it. Like it's hard. It's a hard thing to navigate. You don't know, from like the sister wives in the Brown family, you think you made it. And even with, we grown James, we got this coffee. Yeah, right. Coffee is your friend. Speaking of which, I'll do a thing of that real quick. But I feel for them because you feel like when you start out, like, oh, we're on TV and the show is hot as hell. Everybody like watching it. We're amazing and it's great. And your shit like, and your bank account getting fat. You buying houses. Cody buying cars. He thinking he the Don Magic Wand buying Rolexes. He think he done did it. Then all of a sudden the money starts slowing down because people ain't really interested in your show no more. And that shit like, wives leaving. You got the worker wives. the worker wives. I should make that a shirt. Worker wives. He got the worker wives who are sitting there talking about, we out, we done, we finished with that. And then your workhorses leave, and they leave your ass with the show pony, and she ain't got nothing but a credit card in her hand, and she ordering shit off Amazon. That shit hurts. That hurts. And then all of a sudden, TLC calling you up talking about they might not need you to film next week. What you mean you don't need me to film? Because you know they about to start cutting your money up. But this last thing I'll say, Tina Cook said, we grown, James, we got this. Coffee. Like, look, I'm going to tell you a little story about coffee. Coffee is my friend, yet my enemy. I remember I don't use sugar. I use like what is it? I forget the name of that shit I use. But it's not sugar. It's something else. It's not that sweet and low stuff. It's something different. But I used that. I was out of it, right? So I went a few days, maybe about a week, and I was getting coffee. I was like, okay, coffee. I had no idea how addicted I am to that caffeine. I'm actually thinking about at this point, I might have back off that shit because I was hurt. Like, I didn't know what was wrong with me. My head was hurting. My whole shit was all jacked up. I was like, I don't know what's wrong. I felt like Cody. I ain't gonna make it. I thought I was gonna die. You know what I mean? I need to go to the hospital, sit in the parking lot and watch my family sitting there. I need to go in there and feel, so I have somebody feel sorry for me, you know. But that coffee shit, boy, if you haven't started drinking coffee, agave, that's good stuff, yeah. But if you not on coffee, coffee is your friend. Coffee is a drink that loves you, but it don't. Sounds like Adderall. Felt like I was on Adderall. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. You know what I mean? I was like, I gotta stop this shit. Like this, I don't like to be the. There's certain things like I've never done because I was like, man, I can't fuck around with that. like, cause if you, especially you just know yourself. Like, oh, I'm fucking with that, man. I'll be on this all the time. This is all I'll do. I say no, but I got hooked on that coffee. That's why I never smoked cigarettes. One of the reasons, you know. I was like, you mess around with cigarettes? Like, that's all I'll do. You sitting there smoking like a crazy person. But I was like, I'll drink coffee. And now, like, my coffee mugs are huge. I don't drink out of them like little small mugs like you should. By the time I'm done drinking that pot of coffee, it's insane. Like, you know what I mean? Too much coffee. Coffee is good for you. Well, it's not good for you. Coffee's not bad for you. But I was drinking so much coffee, that shit cannot be good for you. My youngest has a sign on the room. Yeah, right? You know what, Share Bear? That's an excellent point. I love coffee, but I can drink decaf or regular. I'm on regular. Yeah, I'm on regular. Like double strength coffee, but I love the taste of coffee, decaf or regular. I love coffee. Yeah, coffee is delicious. They're like, when you first start drinking coffee, like, oh, this shit's better. It's like beer. It's better as hell. Then after a while, you just looking for it. Sam Stewart said, you been drinking coffee tonight? No. I was thinking about it. My coffee mug is 20 ounces. You'll be both. Ah! Share, man. Yeah, man. That's how I get down, baby. 20 ounces. 20 ounces. Actually, I think my shit might be 24. I don't know. It might be a 24. I mean, thanks, Champagne. You know what, Champagne? You got me saying like, shame. Dana Johnson. Yeah, big shout outs to the mods. Holding it down for a player. I appreciate you guys. everybody kicking in, contributing, making sure that we stay positive, which is always important. One of the things is just to close on that. Like, I know I say this every week, but again, I just want to keep reiterating it because I think it's so important. One of the things that I always, well, Sarcasm said, drink 72 ounces of coffee in a day. I'll probably right around there too. Sarcasm, we love it. But one of the things I really appreciate about this community, and we might not be the biggest channel or whatever, but we have one of the more positive communities, I think, on YouTube, talking about, especially a lot of the stuff that we talk about, the subject matter we talk about, because it's so easy to go super duper negative, and then a lot of fighting and infighting and stuff, and then calling people's names, and nobody enjoys that. Nobody wants to participate in that. It's not fun for anybody involved. And I just enjoy an opportunity where we all can come together, be positive, have some laughs, have some, talk about some things, get some stuff off our chest, decompress off of some of the foolishness that we watch, whether it's in real life or this reality show stuff, and just, move on and move positively. So I appreciate everybody staying positive in the chat. I appreciate you guys keeping the chat all the way live, all the way funky, all the way funny, and all the way real, right? So you guys are doing it. And again, you guys make it fun for me. And hopefully you make it, and I know you make it fun for each other, because I see the messages all the time. Like, they come for me, but they stay for the chat. If I was Cody, I'd be upset, but I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. And that's all because of you guys. So you guys actually make the channel fun for me. And not to mention, like I said, if you guys weren't hanging out with me, I'd just be sitting here talking to this camera by myself, and it would be a sad situation. You know what I mean? Nothing sadder than a grown-ass man sitting in a room looking at a camera and a screen, giggling to himself. Like, nobody wants to see that. Nobody is excited about seeing that. But I thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Look, we had a fun time. I am so excited to see what's going to happen with Christine. Like, I liked a lot of what I saw tonight. And if they run a show, I think that if they run a show, there's some question if they run a show with just Christine and just Janelle, whether that show will work or not. If this show is positive the way I saw it tonight, I think that they have enough meat on the bones, and there'll be enough controversy, I think, to be able to carry over a show. And I think it will be successful. As far as Robyn and Kody, it was nice seeing you, but it's a good close to your time on the show. And as far as that goes, would they be able to carry a show? I don't think so. I don't think that they'd be able to carry a show, because at the end of the day, there's plenty of room. There's plenty of room for villains, but I don't think there's any room for heroes. But we will talk about that another day. Thank you guys for coming out. Make sure you hit that like button. Let a player know that you like what I'm doing. And if you're not yet subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Ring the bell for notifications. You'll be notified when I upload content, as well as when we start doing lives just like this, right? And that's why we call it the HBO special. Not a big click for you, huge click for me. Help a brother out special. hit a play up. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys have a great night, great morning, depending on what part of the world you are. But either way, have a great time. Love the people around you. Take time to love on yourself. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality, and I'm out.